my bloody crown on. I mean, this person looks like a professional hunter and not like a dingleberry. So, let's change that. Actually, fuck it. Controller's charged. Hands free. Oh, Chaunerus, hello! Sorry, I figured because I was starting early I'd have a little bit of time to faff about. It's hard not to dress awesome in Bloodborne. Like, I want to put the dorky crown back on, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm feeling that vibe. Anyway, how are you doing, friend? Happy Saturday! Weekend is here! You've made it. What will you do with this newfound power? It's weird. That's kind of becoming one of my go-to lines. What will you do with this newfound power? I think it's a great question to ask people, regardless of what it is they've just acquired. Be it, you know, the Yaldum, the weekend, a pint of non-alcoholic Guinness. What will you do with this newfound power? Because Fiona's on pain meds and stuff for back problems, obviously they can't drink at the moment. So yesterday we decided to spend a couple extra bucks because they wanted to get something while we were doing Sea of Thieves yesterday. So we got kind of like a couple of samplers of like non-alcoholic beers and stuff. And so before I got started today, as I'm sitting here and tapping in like stream title and all that good stuff, they come on over with this like happy, joyous little grin and just go, you know what's the best thing about having non-alcoholic drinks? I'm like, what? And they proceed to pull out a can of Guinness out of nowhere and just go, that. It would then over fizz and spill on the floor, but still. Excuse me. Oh, that's the good shit. I mean, Chaunerus, that's what Fiona did yesterday, so I've still got like leftover, like slow-cooked beef. Oh. There are little like slow roast, like one-pot roast kits you can get in Freddy's, and they're quite frequently on sale and super tasty. So like, jobs are good, right? Actually, let me make sure I've repaired all my kit before we start faffing about proper. But yeah, how's your weekend going? I'm doing better. I would not say a good night's sleep, but I had more sleep than I've had previously. So aside from the baby boy being a terror this morning, like I'm doing good. I'm currently in two minds as to whether or not I want to go to the Seattle online broadcasters meet this evening, because one, I want to see everybody. I miss them dearly. Two, Bart Nender is bartending this evening. Sorry. Yeah, Sean's bartending this evening, which means Sean drinks. And that's a fucking great reason to go out. But the whole thing starts at like 6. And it's like, okay, if I sprint, can I finish Bloodborne in 4 hours from here? And I don't think I really want to. Oh. Yeah, a Chaunerus, when it's smart and tasty, that's a winner. And yet, like, we'll let Dinobot do its thing. It takes a little time sometimes. Yeah, I'm at the door. I think I'm going to chase What's-His-Face with the Hex head around. Kill him. Then it's the Wet Nurse. Then it's the good old twofer of German and the Moon. Which sounds like an acid prog rock band. Man, did you go to that German and the Moon concert last night? Shit got wild. I saw a man eat his own hat. I don't see, Chaunerus, that's the thing. It's like, with you and other hunters joining me, we could easily beast this. I've got 95 insight. I've never had this much insight. I've never maxed out insight on a Bloodborne playthrough before. I'm feeling rather smug about that, I might add. But... oh, I did get the, what is it, the Hunter's Salute. I forget what it is we do with that. Because I know there's at least one thing we proc by going and doing the Hunter's Salute for like 2-3 minutes.
Welcome. What is it you... Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand.
Yeah, well, and see, genres, you're right. Yeah, we go Mikolash, straight to Wet Nurse, like that's a few minutes, assuming I don't fuck up too much. If I don't want to deal with the brain, but, like, one of the reasons behind this run was a celebration.
Good hunter. Your presence somehow soothes. I sense the ancient echoes. They course your veins.
And it feels like if we skip the Brain of Mensis, like we're skipping,
Farewell, good
we're skipping content, and like I said, I have finished Bloodborne before. I've forgotten a larger portion of it, so usually due to sleep deprivation and hangovers. But like the old Hunters was the new content for me, and I don't think I want to blitz through this because I don't know. I'm in two minds. We could end up doing more Bloodborne, but next week will be our Worms Armageddon special. So, yep. Oh, Nightbree, Watto and welcome. Come on in. Good old Blood Bonk. I mean, it's not unfair to call it that because of my penchant for fucking gigantic swords. Swap out from the flamethrower. Oh, come here, Gatling gun. I can't stay mad at you. Oh, yes! The Brain of Mentis is the area with all those feckin' winter lanterns. But I've got enough items to kind of, like, heal through the frenzy of it. And Navalis, Watto. Restless Roots, happy Saturday. Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends. Come on in. Myself and Chaunerus were just discussing, like, potentially how much is left of the game and how much we want to spend time with it. Ah, Wraith, Watto and welcome. Keldra, lovely to see you. Hopefully things in your personal castle have gotten a little calmer. Well, so Wraith, I started up the PlayStation, and it was like, hey, if you want to go online, updates! And I'm like, piss bins. So once it was in and working, I was like, you know what, feck it. I want as little faffery as possible. And Mal, the difference between a Gatling gun and a Rattling gun is what's in your heart. Because if it's Warpstone, it's a Rattling gun. I'm not saying it was necessarily intentional, but there is a part of me that thinks, like...
The U and Bloodborne U stands for update.
Ha! I bloody did today. Sorry, so Wolfcrad and PVS and Megaboss and Squarepeg, all of you, Watto and welcome! Mal and Hindle, how goes it? Before you all gotten in, me and Chaunas were just chatting about like how long we've got left on this and how long we should spend, because I want to get this done today. And I've already done the back half of Bloodborne. So Hindle, I highly agree. We can definitely get it done today. But it's the sober meet this evening. And what I didn't realise is that the sober meet kicks off at like 6. Wraith, you're a criminal. I can't believe you said that. And 6 o'clock is very early. So, I tell you what. we'll let the old ones decide. So we're just going to get cracking with Bloodborne today. Going to get stabbing, get fighting. And we'll see how it goes down. Like I said, one of the big reasons why I want to go to the sober event this evening is to see everybody. Like, I'm not hosting, I'm not doing any like behind the scenes stuff, and Bartender is working the bar tonight, which is a rare treat. I haven't got to experience that in quite some time, dear friends. Quite some time. PVS, you do Murgo's nurse first try, right? Yeah! I was actually saying to Fiona this morning, it's like, I can probably do German if I can remember the timings. And now I'm sitting here desperately trying to remember how German's attack patterns, and I can't. So again, friends, sleep deprivation and gin. It's not good for long-term boss battle memory. And yeah, I mean, Chaunerus, the whole of these boss fights, except for German, feel very sad. Like, even overthrowing, like, the fucking moon feels... I don't know. Tragic. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel like you killed the secret mastermind behind it all. You know? In a way, the fucking... Sorry, I keep forgetting what the name of the old one that keeps this area going, but I know they hang out in the moon. Yeah, we've already got 3 of the 4 chords, so we can just do that. But yeah, the particular old one, great one, sorry, I'm butchering my terms, lives in that fucking moon. Moon presence, thank you, Hindle. So moon presence is what keeps this little hunter's dream going. And so far as I can tell, the hunter's dream here has been a huge part in keeping shit together. You know, cool badass crow lady is definitely someone who went through this as well. And essentially, like, gaining the ability to just, you know, live and die and live and die, to hone your skills as a hunter through this cycle of, like, death and rebirth. So, okay, not death and rebirth, dreams and weirdness, but essentially creating, you know, a hunter's own hyperbolic time chamber. And numbers, Watto and welcome. I did start early today, but, you know, I had to be up earlier to look after the dogs and stuff, and I was like, you know what, feck it, let's get things going. It would have been a little sooner, except for the PlayStation was like, ha 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 ha, no. It's good to see you all. Oh, I mean, numbers were basically kind of just waffling in the hunter's dream. Sorry, Mal was just saying, as someone who's not played Bloodborne, that entire train of thought sounded both coherent and incomprehensible. Mal, I think that's, in the simplest manner, the absolute fucking beauty of Bloodborne. Is that it seems nonsensical, mistranslated nonsense. And by the end of it, you're like, oh yeah, well, you know, the difference between the hunter's dream and the hunter's nightmare, and the influence of the moon presence, and German, and how he makes a doll out of his apprentice, who he probably fucked that doll. You know, you start talking about, you know, dreams and gods and strange states. There's an underlying thematic there. Bloodborne's whole theme about how the more you can see the truth of things, the more it seems like madness. That's not unfair to say. Mal's saying they feel like they walked in halfway through a D&D campaign. Fucking yo. But yeah. It's a thematic part of Bloodborne. It's a mechanical part of Bloodborne. And I love that. Yeah. Well, and Chaunerus, see, the thing is, I've done these boss fights. I've already earned my stripes. So I'm not too fussed to, like, bring in more peeps to just super murder, you know? But anyway.
So how's the honey stockpile doing? Also, what ho 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 ho?
I wouldn't know how the honey stockpile is going because you all fucking killed me! And Favour 6. Good morning, Watto, and thank you for the bits. Oh. So yeah, how are you all doing, friends? Once again, you all saw the interesting parts of my life. Yesterday after stream was just walk dogs, have a glass of wine, pass the fuck out, jumped back up again and do it all again. Kitish. It is why I'm not wearing the crown. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Light is the head that's off its shoulders. But I will say, friends, I think we should do another round of King of the Castle on Thursday. What'll be interesting, though, is if... because you'll get to keep your money from session to session. I wonder if you'll keep your allegiances. Like, I wonder if the 3 mods will still be separated into 3 houses. I couldn't possibly comment Favor 6. I did like the idea that our last words were a pun. And then as the axe were coming down, we turned round, not to ask for mercy or forgiveness, but to be like, oh shit, I came up with a better line. And those were our last moments. But yeah, today, I am not your king. You are not my subjects. We are all merely hunters, trapped in the hunter's dream, ready to kick the hot shit out of a bunch of nerds from Byrgenwerth. I had considered doing stream stuff of like the Chalice dungeons and things like that. That's something we could do as extracurricular after GDC. Because, honestly, for Platinum, I think all I got to do is... What? Finish the Chalice dungeons and get all the weapons. I think those will be the only trophies left, right? Probably like a New Game Plus win as well. Anyway. Let's get this nonsense started. Let me buy some potions. I'd quite like a lot of blood, please. God, we are running low. It's because I've been using the special items. But I don't know if you've all noticed, I've not gotten to the point of having to go off to farm blood this session, which is just fucking wild. I'm trying to remember where we have to go. I am trying to remember where we have to go. Here we go. Mogo's Loft Base. Nightmare of Mensis. Red says, Plat needs to get all 3 endings. Okay. Oh, Stepagen, thank you for the reminder. Let's get it to Bloodborne! But yeah, so tell me your tales, friends. There hasn't been anything video gaming news-wise. Like, I mean, let me just quickly check, but yeah, it seems the hot sheets are quiet. For those of you that are watching the Last of Us TV show and are looking forward to it tomorrow, honestly, like, I'd say start avoiding the varying games media sites now. And from about, what is it, like 7 o'clock tomorrow Pacific, just don't bother with social media. Apparently for this whole run, there has been absolutely no decorum on spoilers. And a few of my usual go-to video game sites have just posted the key plot points as articles with the thumbnail and title heading literally spoiling all the big parts. And it's just, I don't know. Yeah, YouTube's very good at doing that as well. I found TikTok's pretty bad, but TikTok tends to take pieces out of context and recontextualize them as a joke rather than spoil. Actually, in Favor 6, you might be right in the whole concept of, like, spoilers for The Last of Us. Sorry, spoilers for The Last of Us being hate clicks. Hate clicks are a philosophy of, like, current... we should describe it as, like, games media, rather than calling it, like, games journalism. Because it's... While it's prevalent on video game sites, it's not... It isn't journalism, right? When Metacritic was a lot more prolific, what would happen... Sorry, when Metacritic was a lot more prolific, what would happen is some video game review sites would give a well-beloved game, or a game that was AAA and extremely popular, like a really damning review. Because what would happen is people would click through to go, you are bad. Like, Will, that review of Deathloop where you said it was farts wrapped in pastry, you're wrong and bad. And I'm going to tell you you're wrong and bad. However, as most of the swaths of games media sites are driven by clicks, by eyeballs, that's how ad revenue is generated, that's how they make their money. Posting a damning review of an obviously beloved game was a much better move than posting a long thought out, kind of middling review. Now, Real Hunter, you do make a good point that those of us in the game space, because The Last of Us has been played and discussed and deconstructed and remade, that it shouldn't be considered spoilers, right? However, one of the things that's been so wonderful about it is how they've adapted the story to a live performance format for the better. And I'm going to be very curious to see how it all comes to a conclusion. Oh, and Razor, hey, that's entirely fine. Sorry, Favor 6 on the farts wrapped in pastry. Ah, so a cheese and onion roll. Oh, and Jonas, sorry, yeah, I was faffing and talking rather than taking the cage and stabbing. Let's get stabbing. And Rez's Roots, Andor is incredible storytelling, full stop. Like, it's not a good show for Star Wars. It's incredible. The only problem I've had with Andor is, like, it's too real. Okay. You know what I mean? It's such a... Yeah, it's too real. We don't have Disney Plus at the moment, so I'm not quite sure how we're going to watch The Mandalorian, but we will at some point. Reminder that we do not condone piracy of any kind on this twitch.television. But no, it's just... This Last of Us TV adaptation has, at least to my understanding, been one of the big TV events of this year. And it's wonderful to see. It's brilliantly handled. There's a genuine care to it. And I guess what is irking me about these spoiler posts is that this is the first time where... Oh, baby crying. Oh, I'm sure that's fine. There's nothing bad about that. This is one of the first times where prestige television is essentially playing catch-up to video games as a medium. A lot of people have been clapping themselves on the back and saying, like, aha! This is finally the dawning of the cross multimedia that we've always been promised. I'm like, no. What has happened is that television has reached a point where it has to draw from other spheres. And one of the few spheres it has to draw from is video games. Someone was talking about how the reason why we see so many long-tail franchises and reboots and the ilk, even when they're not necessarily good or great, is because, if I remember rightly, we need to come up the side angle to then go crush that guy's face. Is not because of nostalgia necessarily, but because those franchises had the chance to take hold back when we had monoculture. We don't really have a monoculture anymore. I think that's for the better, but the lack of monoculture definitely works against large corporate entities creating, art for mass media. That's fair. Video games are weirdly weirdly have a better reach now than cinema, and especially more so than TV, as TV is now locked down into different streaming services, and obviously no one would ever pirate television shows, or movies for that matter. But hypothetically, if they did, those individuals would have to seek out those shows on a case-by-case basis, which means that show would have to reach a level of interest and popularity to be on people's radars, so they seek it out. Do you see what I'm saying? Ooh. Sorry, my PlayStation's extremely warm for some reason. That's worrying. Whereas weirdly with video games, like, we're seeing more of a consistent through line. Now I haven't had enough chance to sleep and ponder, like, fucking puppets! Devil May Cry all over again. Honestly, Puppet, that was embarrassing for both of us. Despicable foe. So Red Burning Dragon, I wholeheartedly agree that story games have more time to flesh out their tales. The reason why The Last of Us felt very fresh despite being well-tread ground is how much time it can take to give us with the characters. And what's been so incredible about the TV show is it has managed to emulate that feeling. The way in which Ellie snarks their way through everything as a coping mechanism is exactly how she operates in the game. And they've managed to condense a large proportion of that into something that feels as lived in as the game did. Love it or loathe it, The Last of Us Part 1 was one of the best examples of a game that takes an exact linear straight path but feels like you could go anywhere. Anyway, so yeah, now we're seeing television and film emulating these video game spaces. Sorry, I should say adapting these video game spaces, because they don't have the same kind of reach that we do. We've talked a lot about, cinema and casting and things like that, and how films are very reliant on big names to bring people in. And that's because, we don't have a monoculture anymore. But the monoculture was how movie sales and construction was formed. They've lost basically the bedrock for which the entire cinema industry is based. But weirdly, video games have maintained something that they haven't. Oh yeah, sorry, Chaunerus. I didn't want to half finish a point while stabbing puppets. The Mario franchise has succeeded well beyond like TV adaptations and otherwise. And that's something that I keep thinking about. Nightbreed, I'd not heard of Slowburn Sloth from SCP, but that amuses me greatly. So Red Burning Dragon, I mean, all I've seen is the same thing that everybody else did, which is the after-the-show interviews. But yeah, the care and detail focus, especially on things like the clickers, was something exceptional. And what was brilliant was seeing large members of the original cast brought into the show for different roles. And I thought that was feckin' great. And I'm just happy that Troy Baker's still getting work, because as we know, he did fall on hard times. He could no longer afford socks. It's very hard for him. I don't even know him. And I feel like he's a mate I'm taking the piss out of every time we make that joke. Nightbreed, please report to the Shadow Realm for that pun. No, I will not be reading it out loud. Oh, no. Sorry, Faber6 was saying that there was a cinema near them that fell during the 3D rush. They went fully 3D, and, to quote the manager, I'm fed up of telling people we don't do 2D screenings anymore. Aww. Well, MDH, I'm sorry you're having a hard Saturday. Sit back, take a breath, take a beat, and allow me to smash puppets in the gabber. Oh.
Ah, cos. Or some say cosm.
Cosm you.
Do you hear our prayers? No, we shall not abandon the dream. No one can catch us. No one can stop us now.
This fucking guy. Alright, hold that thought. But yeah, anyway, just, my capstone was kind of... fuck you, my gosh. Alright, gotta remember how to do this. Puppets! Right, come here, dickhead! Some Wallace and Gromit shit right here. Yeah, nice try, dickhead. I know you're not dead! Give me this bullshit, mate.
Majestic! A hunter is a hunter, even in a dream.
I'm gonna turn you into a people kebab.
Not too fast. Nightmare swirls and churns unending.
Swirl and churn your face into my fucking sword! Jeez, Gromit! That's what you sound like, Mikolosh.
As you once did for the vacuous one. Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes.
Fucking... Sorry. Caught my sword on the stairs. I was trying to listen to where he's at. He's somewhere on my right. More cheese, Gromit! There you are, dickhead. Gotta be a bit more careful. I can't remember if there's anything specifically in here I have to keep an eye out for.
As you once did for the vacuous one. Grant us eyes.
Oh.
Grant us eyes.
heard him down this way. Dickhead. Oh, yeah, he runs through the bloody mirrors, doesn't he? Ah, arsehole. Oh, and he drops bloody doors. I am going to wreck you! You headed bastard. Hindle's like, and it was at this point I shot him to death. Oh. I will say, like, Mikolash is a fascinating character.
Cosmos, of course. Let us sit about and speak feverishly.
Hey, Sam, how you doing, friend?
Hours of new ideas, higher plane.
I'm not dying to you, dickhead. Just so long as you know. Yes, get fucked! Mummy! Oh no! My navigational skills are second to none! I'm Tony Harris! Ah. But yeah, Sam, how are you doing, friend? Yeah, proper trophy. We broke a dream, that we did. Oh, Air Dragon, have a lovely rest of your evening and thank you kindly, alright? Yeah, it's going to be nice finishing my further education today. I do want to have a look at the... Oh, excuse me. I do want to have a look at the details on the Mensa's cage. Jumping back. Sam did say that isn't bestial idiocy the official slogan for Twitch? You're not wrong. I mean, as my beard keeps getting long, I've been forgetting to trim it. I'm definitely getting a little bit of the old blood look, if you know what I mean. Away! Away! This turn's finished! So Wolfcrad was saying, and something that I always love talking about is, one thing that Wolfcrad likes about video game storytelling is how they can use environmental storytelling in a way to separate from the main story. A location can tell a self-contained story without it having to feel like a Chekhov's gun to be referenced later. Yes, like, it's entirely fine to just be in the world and that world not be a specific plot point, just due to the way that television has to be constructed. And what's really funny is how we've seen in the Last of Us TV show how elements that were considered environmental storytelling in the game, people put forward as Easter eggs, little nods and winks to the camera like, oh, do you remember this? And it struck me that, like, no, those aren't Easter eggs.
A prime sub to celebrate your murder of monsters.
A murder of monsters, murder of a dickhead school teacher. You know how it is. It's Mensa's rules. But no, Sam, thank you kindly. And I hope you're doing good, mate. Sorry we've been, like, monstrous shut-ins. Oh. And GDC's coming! Yay! But yeah, no, I found that fascinating. Nice. I'm looking forward to it. I get to GDC you there. Although it looks like I'm off the media list these days, so I'm just gonna be rocking an Expo pass, thanks to a very lovely friend who hooked me up. So I'm gonna try and do more coverage from this GDC, mainly so I can point and laugh at the FTP companies that bought their stands last year and have to man them this year. Plus, all the AI stuff's gonna be fucking wild. God. But that's another story. Okay, so this is the Mensa's cage. This is what we just got. The School of Mensa's controls the unseen village. This hexagonal iron cage suggests their strange ways. The cage is a device that restrains the will of the self, allowing one to see the profaned world for what it is. It also serves as an antenna for facilities that contact with the great ones of the dream. But to an observer, the iron cage appears to be precisely what delivered them to their harrowing nightmare. Interesting. So, any one of the Mensa scholars who wore the cage could see the world before... They saw the world as everyone does after Rom falls, right? Yeah. Well, so Ragnar, what's going to be really fascinating with the AI discussion is you're not the first person to say that they can't wait...
Yeah, I guess you killed the behead teacher.
I fucking did. He's dead now. Okay, sorry, multiple threads. So yeah, that cage seems fascinating. So Ragnar, I'm not saying that you're necessarily serious with what you're saying, but the whole concept of like an AI-generated video game is something that people are going to band around, and I think we're going to start hearing snifters of it at GDC. The irony is we've already had procedural generation in video games for quite some time, but procedural generation is a different element altogether. And so what I think we'll see is some companies repackaging the concept of procedural generation in existing engines and put forth as AI generation to gain money. However, the Silicon Valley Bank just ate shit, meaning that the amount of like investment startup tech is gone. So, you know, we've talked about like tech startup, cash, venture capitals, etc. That money just fucking died. So, I don't know what they're gonna do. And Favor 6, some of the NFT bros will show up. There's a few people who I didn't cut ties with completely who are still part of that side of things, who aren't ready to admit that it's over. You know? Hindle, once again, thank you for the more concise lore dump. So, as Hindle was pointing out, so the cage helped them see through Rom's illusion. So, at the beginning of the game, when we see the world a bit dark, a bit gothic, but kind of okay, that's the world through Rom's illusion. Their little fancy heads lets them see the world after. Once we slay Rom and everything is bad and weird and messy, that's how the world actually is. And so the Mensa scholars could see that thanks to their fancy headgear. However, because the Great Ones could also enter... Because they could also enter the Great One's dream worlds easier, they lost the ability to understand the difference between the dream world and reality, and it drove them loopy. Yeah. Oh, okay. So Sam was saying, and for those who don't know, so Makovic in chat is a writer over at Ars Technica. They're saying that through their admittedly minimal research, Silicon Valley Bank will get cash back into people's hands in months based on how the whole thing went down. There's a really good Reddit post circulating. Interesting. I don't know enough about that sphere of like financial investment to understand why it happened and what its ramifications will be. But considering that it's going to be months, and these are the months of the year where people would usually be fishing for investment and starting to find money. There's going to be a knock on there. So Ragnar says they want a full AI-made game. Story, engine, etc. all made by AI. Well, again, there are titles that sort of do that. We played one a while back where you combined genres, added additional factors, and then the game would generate you a game... The game would generate you a smaller game based on the parameters, which you could then share with other people. You're gonna suck me. So Ragnar, what I'm saying is that there is going to be an initial wave of announcements from companies saying that, oh, we are the first AI-generated NPC company. We are the first AI-generated narrative company. And a lot of them will be taking existing tech and repackaging it, potentially for investment more than anything else. Now, Real Hunter, you're not wrong. You know, we absolutely should have AI ethics committees in place from, like, right the fuck now. Because, yeah, creating an environment where an, air quotes, AI can play with humans in a simulation is, that feels pretty Skynet. But you have to understand that whilst, you know, AI image generation and ChatGPT have changed things a lot, like, the rest is going to take a long, long time to create. I'm not saying I want it, but what I am saying is that there's going to be a lot of companies who are going to take stuff that they've already done and are going to re-announce it as AI tech, right? Yeah, Favor 6, Bethesda's Radiant Quest system, that could be repurposed as, like, you know, AI-generated, you know, quest systems or what have you. And I think after the mass failing of, you know, blockchain technology in video games and cryptocurrency and NFTs, a lot of companies will be scrambling to find a product to remain relevant enough to get investment funding. That's just my predictions. Wait. Are you ringing a sinister bell on me? I want to go home. I'm gonna spend my bloody echoes. Why won't you let me go home? I assume that's bad. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Because you all saw it, I lit that. Now, here's a fascinating one. So, Favor 6 was saying, like... Dustin was saying, like, the Nemesis system is AI NPCs in shiny new boxes. Yes. And this would allow people to circumvent the Nemesis system. Or at least the legal limitations on creating similar systems. Because if you can say in a court of law, no, this isn't the Nemesis system. This is, like, procedurally generated AI enemies. Even if, from a technical standpoint, it is incredibly similar. Oh, man. These fucking dog birds always make me feel guilty. Can I go spend my stuff yet? Or do I have to kill the bell ringer first? But yeah, there we go. Essentially, you could take existing concepts, repackage them, and allow you to circumvent, like, existing restrictions. And again, I am not pro use of AI-generated art and AI-generated assets or writing in video games. I think we're going to have to deal with it happening. I don't like it, but, you know, we talked about smart evil versus dumb evil.
Welcome home. What is it?
But this is a situation where we, in the video game space, could repurpose concepts and ideas that were previously off limits due to legal limitations
Very well. Let me.
in such a way as to kick yet more arse. And I like that.
Farewell, good hunter.
Actually, Dustin, I didn't know that, but fascinating. Well, so, I mean, one of the fascinating things is, now I ponder it, is like, if you just swap the term AI for procedural generation, you essentially have the same thing. Now, again, text-to-speech is nothing new, and some of the text-to-speech generators that use vocal samples are haunting. But yes, you could save on a buttload of time and have fully voiced NPCs that are able to react to more things without breaking the back of your dev team and stuff like that. Yeah, Dustin, AI orange is the new procedural generation black. God, that's good. Definitely need more bullets. Kybal is saying that AI-generated voices are still very expensive. That's true. There's only a handful of companies selling them right now, and if you do not use one of their default set, training up a new voice is also very expensive. So, I mean, this is a discussion we've had in video games for 1,000 years. Procedural generation versus handcrafted content. Mal, I'm not even going to read that out. It's Saturday. We're not going to do everybody a fucking damage. Anyway, I'll stop speculating on what's going to happen. And you know me, I'm more of an optimist than anything else. I'm gonna wait and see what the GDC floor looks like. It cracks me up because all of the crypto investment stuff that was too big to fail couldn't possibly go wrong. Reborn, Nora! I say what? Oh, and welcome. Coming in, friend, coming in. We find ourselves under raid! Nora, what were you playing? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. You're heading to Seattle in 4 hours. Whoop, whoop. What brings you to these misty, misty mountains? Ah, good. The babies are here. Alright, activate this. That way we've got the full run of the castle. Did we not go across that bridge yet? I thought we did. It looked like a bunch of goodies over there. No, because this took us up to... Alright. Well, either way, we got places to go. Oh, okay, so watch for a wall on this elevator. There's a broken window. Sorry. Ah, there it is. Yeah, that'll pop me face in there. Beer. Oh, and Wolfcrad, thank you for filling the pint glass. Sorry, where are my manners? But yeah, I'll stop trying to overly theory craft what's going to happen at GDC. You know? Are you kidding me, son? Bullies! So mad. So mad. But yeah, I'm going to enjoy the Schadenfreude of, like, last year, like, the big sponsors were all these, like, pay-to-earn companies, crypto companies, and most of them have gotten tits up, or are currently in the panic stage of trying to demonstrate to people why they aren't going tits up. Actually, sorry, friends. I need a better term than tits up. I do apologise for that. Because the thing is, how many of you have seen The Expanse? Because The Expanse has this wonderful term that I've come to love. Good old, I think Amos is the one that actually tells us about it. Not my dog, obviously. And it's called the Cascade. And it is fascinating to observe. But the Cascade is easier to observe externally than it is internally. The Cascade in The Expanse is referred to as when a space station is dying. What has happened is that a station has suffered enough damage to enough systems that the main systems are now completely reliant on, like, backup and subsystems for critical function, and they cannot maintain. And so one by one, each of the backup systems fails. At that point, there's no way to save the station. It's just a matter of time before it dies. It's a matter of time before every, life support function keels over. But it's still functioning at that point, giving the perception of life when it's already dead. You're just in the cascade. And that's what we're seeing with the crypto tech space. Essentially, Real Hunter, it's cheaper to buy your stand at GDC when you're at GDC. It's actually the same with, like, PAX on a lot of shows. So if we formed, I don't know, fucking Numpty Coin, and we went to GDC 2022... Are you fucking... Ah! Why am I getting killed by a door? So... Numpty Coin Games, the premium Numpty-based play-to-earn games, shows up at GDC. We are flush with investment cash. Sure, we've not produced or made anything, but we're invested. We got that money. So we go to GDC. We pay for a big stand. We have a good time. We're like, yo, we're the hot shit. We're what's cool. We're the new kids on the block. Yeah, you know what? Let's buy our stand for next year. Because next year, we'll be doing even better. And then reality strikes. The cascade is happening. So what do? Do we stick it out? Are we even aware of how big a trouble we're in? Alright. Time for falls. Alright, I'm going to go all the way down, and I'm going to try and jump out up. Yeah, Red Burning Dragon. That door is secretly an old one. Should have known. Okay. Here we go. But yeah, so there'll be a bunch of companies. Now, what's more likely to happen... how bad the space is for those people. There we go. Jobs are good. What's likely to happen is they probably will do a no-show. Some of them will probably try and get their money back. But to get your money back means admitting... Ooh, what have we got here? To get your money back, it means admitting that you are failing. Ooh, an inflicted organ. Oh, here we go. Time to play Winter Lantern Whack-A-Mole. Oh! Just. I should go back and get my frenzy rune, shouldn't I? Oh well. Hey, this means I can chat with you lot a bit more on this one. God. So here's a weird little side story. One of my favourite tales of They Didn't Book It that has continued to amuse me was Wizards of the Coast. So for those of you who don't know, PAX West, previously PAX Prime, one of the big gaming events of the year is held in a surprisingly small convention centre, comparable to a lot of others. This is kind of why PAX West ends up spreading out across multiple hotels. So kind of like downtown Seattle kind of becomes like a little nerd hangout. And up until, God, I forget when they fucked it. I think it was 2016. Wizards of the Coast were a big spender. 1 year for one of the different Eldrazi sets they launched. Like, they had a fake cop car outside getting crushed by an Eldrazi. Like, it was fucking wild. They'd have a huge part of the convention center just dedicated to them. And so 1 year, I will assume they're due to their corporate overlords, Hasbro informed Wizards of the Coast that no. Oh shit, this person. Oh shit. There's a hunter filled with spikes from the Winter Lanterns. Good times. Wizards of the Coast said no, they would not be coming along, and they would in fact be doing HasbroCon, which, to my understanding, did not survive more than a year or two. But this meant that Hasbro gave up Wizards of the Coast gave up their big slot. And by giving up their big slot, hold that thought. Oh, I might be in trouble. Yeah, I think the other one saw me as well. We should be able to heal through Frenzy. Oh, there we go. HasbroCon, which became HasBeenCon. Favorite 6 on point. But yeah, they gave up their slot. So the recently fucking minted Epic team, who I believe that year had just seen the huge uptick of success from Battle Royale Fortnite, basically bought the whole section that Wizards of the Coast would have had and turned it into a mini-golf set for families. And to this day, I think that is one of the most lovely and wholesome uses of stupid money. You know? J-Post says HasbroCon was odd. I didn't go, because I had moved out this way, and I was only going to PAX because it was both, you know, where all my friends and peoples were, but also, like, it was a good place to do biz dev work. But that's another story. So numbers, it was either 2016 or it was 2017. So J-Po says they went to do the magic stuff because it was a short train ride away. And that makes sense. Yo, do we know much about the Winter Lanterns? Shitloads of eyeballs, kind of look like dolls. So many eyes. And as we all know in Bloodborne, many eyes is a very specific thing. Okay. I think we can, I think we can guess a few things. But, yeah, okay, Chorus and Hindle are saying they're really very much a mystery. Fascinating. But yeah, there was something really wholesome about how, yeah, Epic just went, you know what? We've got shit tons of cash. Let's just do something for everybody, you know? I always really liked that. And see, the thing is, friends, like, the Magic the Gathering displays were fantastic. Again, I forget the set, but it was the guild set where everybody's like an engineer and the different guilds are competing. And what they did for Magic the Gathering that year is they bought a huge side street in Seattle, and you could do whitesmithing, as in you could like go and make your own jewelry. There was fire displays and jugglers, and little tents where you could challenge people to a game and stuff. It was really good. Okay, so Chorners, that's an interesting point. The Winter Lanterns only show up in nightmares. I wonder if they are, because of their kind of like musical and whimsical nature, if they are essentially, watchers of the old ones. But that's another story. Right. Reminiscent of Liar. That's bad. This is the tale of multiple patches. Okay, for those of you with arachnophobia, mainly because I know Numbers is hanging out, you might want to Alt-Tab and just have me on audio only for the next, 3 or 4 minutes. Because I think those are people spiders. Actually, Hindle, that's an interesting point. It could be that only we see them as doll-like. Others see them as something else. There has been a few creatures in this where perception is a big part of it. Because you can only see the Winter Lanterns once you have a level of perception, right? And I do kind of like that because the doll isn't from a long line of things. And the Winter Lanterns we encounter before we access the Old Ones DLC. So, we don't even know the doll is based on Maria until much, much later. Assuming you got into the Old Hunters DLC the first moment you could. So, the Winter Lanterns being based on the dolls, them being, that's the only way you can perceive them makes sense. Okay, I'm going to go kill the man spiders. But again, those of you with arachnophobia, just pop me into a tab. Don't worry. I'm gonna handle it. Hey, oh, bastards! God, why do they have bowl cuts? God, they're not only spiders, they're spiders with terrible hairdos. I don't know why, but that's somehow worse. Spider and Mom let us cut his hair. Maybe the real horror with the barbers all along. To the sneaker, how are you doing? Oh, sorry, Sneaker. Hello, hello. Nerds! Oh, okay. Chaunerus was saying because they're students, maybe? That makes sense. And the resemblance to the spider webs in the eyes is not subtle. They do! Sorry, Mechanoel says, those spiders look like they'd call me a slur. Carry on. Fucking do. Oh, lovely. Well, so, to the sneaker, what minis are you working on? I've not had time to really work any of the Gundam stuff that I wanna. Because I don't think the particular people in question are watching, but, I wanted to do, a nice painted Gundam as a gift for a friend. And I don't think I'm going to be able to do it, even vaguely within the time limit. I feel kind of bad about that, But it is what it is. So it's lovely to hear about everybody else's arts and crafts projects and hobbies and stuff. Because I don't really get much of a chance to do mine right now. I will do. Time for levers and a wondrous blobby thing. Blob. Blobby, Mr. Blobby. Woeful singing. Can't wait to hear it. The Sneakers working on their 40k Terminator squad. Chaos Terminators, no less. God. Oh, peoples. Did I just fuck up? Can't remember. Okay, I dropped Mr. Eyes into the pit. Oh, so that means if we're running around outside, we no longer take frenzy damage. Ah. Now I dealt with the brain. Because one's a genius and the other's insane. Let's open up this pit! John Bloodborne. The main character of Bloodborne. John Bloodborne. But it also...
Wilhelm scream.
Oh, PVS, thank you for the bits. It does kind of like solidify the you cannot comprehend, because that was just one big face chained up. Oh, we have more of the spiders. Alt tab, friends. Alt tab. This is going to be tricky. Gotta try and wait till my frenzy's down, make it across, rush down the Winter Lantern without dying, as they have 360 view. Yeah, this is going to be a real challenge. Alright, Winter Lantern is down, but I might be in trouble. Oh! Saved by the absolute fucking pixel! Yes! So Hindle... I tell you what, I get 3 tries on the Wet Nurse, and then we co-op. Because I think all of us here by this point have seen the Wet Nurse fight. Or, if you haven't, aren't too fussed about, like, the... Sorry, I'm just looking at all the dead corpses. I'm gonna wait till my frenzy clears up. Yeah, so I think by this point, everybody who has either seen the Wet Nurse fight or isn't too fussed about seeing me struggle against it. I don't know if I'll be able to beat it the first time, because I don't remember the Wet Nurse fight at all. I vaguely remember what the Wet Nurse looks like. And also, I don't think we'll be going deep into the Chalice dungeon to fight What's-Her-Face as well. Because you see her very briefly after the Wet Nurse, right? The Choir Bell. Alright, let's check that out. Oh, Queen Yharnam is she's seen just before. Okay. Hey, what did we just pick up? Okay. Invigorates all cooperating parties and heals them. Oh. A special hunter tool of the choir, high-ranking members of the church, fashioned after a bell that protects an arcane sound across the planes of existence. The sound of this smaller silver version of the bell does not cross planes, but grants vigor and healing to all cooperators. Ooh. Okay. Thank you, Hindle. Hindle was saying that we'll see Queen Yharnam... The Queen! We'll see Queen Yharnam before the Wet Nurse fight, but to actually battle her, you have to get to the absolute base of the Chalice dungeons. Queen Yharnam, I believe, was like the first queen of the Nemerians, right? She was the one who took, gobbled up the OG Nemerian blood right? No, she was the first person after they discovered the Nemerian ruins, right? Alright, and also, to those of you who were looking away, the spiders are now dead. You're good. And Shaunrus, see you in a bit. Enjoy your roast. Okay. And again, Hindle, like, thank you for the clarifications, because I love the lore of Bloodborne. But I'm one man, and I do reeks of special item. I do get things a little confuddled sometimes. Wondrous moon. Ah, look at the moon. One time, the sun go by, and I lick his back, and I don't even notice. That crunchy sound, by the way, that's corpses. Great One's wisdom. Shit. Just all these people who've been slain by either the Big Brain or by Winter Lanterns. In case we didn't have enough wisdom. Fucking hell. Each of those Great One's wisdoms is 3 insight. We are already at max. There is no more of the truth of this world to see. Still keeping on my little toesies though, because more madman's knowledge. Wow, sorry, I'm choking on nothing there. So, Reborn Nomura, are you talking about sober this evening? I'm in 2 minds right now. We are not far off the end of Bloodborne. And I want to get that done today. But also, I want to go see everybody. And I know that Bart Nender... Where? Let me in! Let me in! Fuck. Alright, I guess I got to use a hunter's mark. Unless I've missed something. But yeah... Reborn, apparently the event is starting at like 6 o'clock. And, you know, I want to hang out with everybody here. But also, I need a shower. I have been doing nothing but look after animals and partners and whatnot for days. I am stinky, alright? I am not the epitome of good-looking health. And I'm going to have to go in my full scruff. Because there's no way this is all getting tidied up before I head on out. So, I'm in 2 minds right now. I'm in 2 minds. Okay, so jumping back, Queen Yharnam was the one who found the Great Ones and also the mother of Murgo. She was the Nemerian queen, thank you, Common Cap, and she was the one to have her child forcibly offered to an old one. Murg was her child, which was gifted to her by a Great One, most likely the formless Odian. However, the child died, at least physically. Its mind still exists in the nightmare. Murg is the child that you hear throughout the game calling to you from the nightmare. Murgo, sorry. But yeah, that makes sense. Oh, we can go this way. Oh, lovely. This is probably where we'll either get the key or get in trouble. That sure is gross. That sure is gross. Oh, man. Is that like a feather fall? Oh, my knees. Oh, my haunter's knees. You broke both your legs. Better do blood about it. Ooh, blood rock. My favourite genre. Blood Rock and Fraggle Rock, by the way, significantly different. Okay, and I think this is where we dueled. So we need to keep heading up the tower now that we've sorted the brain out. Fuck off! I remember where the... Now I've got to remember where the bloody hell we're going. Get all turned around in this fucking place. I tell thee. I tell thee, you grow up in Old Yarnham, it's right sensible. Houses go up and down, and that's it. I tell thee. None of this left, right, and Escher bollocks. Excuse me, which way does this tower go? It goes in 5 different directions. You know what, Wolfgrad? This is why I say I'm not funny. I just say a lot of shit, and occasionally I belt out a banger. Wow, these guys aren't attacking me. Am I bad? Am I the baddie? They're not attacking me. Sup, nerds? Oh, they are absolutely not attacking me. Well... yeah, the sneaker. Accuracy through volume. I'm not funny, but if I fire off enough arrows, one of them will land on funny. I am the comedic equivalent of 1,000 monkeys and 1,000 typewriters. Ragnar, that's not okay to say. They are gigantic iron bastards. That is correct. And I think this is the way to the next bonfire. You're coming with me! As long as I don't fall off into the abyss. Oh, no, we've unlocked one of the little up speeds, so we can do that. Oh, no, that's down. Oh, God, what have I done? Nani? Okay. This is fucking terrifying. I must not have done this before. So I do the make contact, right? I go, hello. Oh, wow. You look like I feel, mate. Okay. Now we make contact. Don't stab. And favor 6. That's not cool also. Come on! We are a better class of criminal here. Wait, no, hang on, favor 6. I might have misread that, in which case I apologise. So when the arms move, you get something really nice. Then stab the shit out of it. That's advice I can follow. The moon. I'm making a new friend. You want to come meet him? Numbers with, excuse my French, but qu'est-ce que the fuck? Level 3 Blood Echoes Plus. Ooh, Greater Moon Rune. I'll have to go and equip that. Honestly, I might use a Hunter's Mark after this. Is there anything else to be grabbing from Keska the Fuck, as Numbers has named them? Guys is just like, excuse me, I think that's too many eyes. That is officially too many eyeballs. Numbers, no! Alright, so now it's time to kill it. Alright.
Buttocks on the window equals full moon.
Alright. Stabby, stabby! Wow, you are gonna make this a whole thing. It is very tragic that it's not fighting back. That doesn't make me feel like a great hunter. Oh, it's so damned. Why did it have to explode? It's literally raining blood. Oh. Cool. Well, hopefully we can pay for therapy with Blood Echoes. Yeah, we're gonna need a change of clothes. Sorry, I was laughing because Numbers like, Will, this game is called Bloodborne. What did you expect? It's a good point. It's not called Happy Puppies and Lovely Good Times Born. Slightly inconvenienced weekend at Skegness Born. Hindle, I don't feel good about that, but it was exceedingly gross, so I feel that kind of offsets it. Cheeky bastard with the arrow. I do have to be careful because I forget what their status effect is, but I think it's like mini frenzy, right? Oh, so Favor 6, that little glowing patch down there, that was a message from someone. But I didn't want to risk it for a biscuit, because if Soulsian games have taught me anything, it's don't just go trundling around in the darkness. That's not smart. And you know what? I don't feel quite so bad about putting down, as Real Hunter called it, Big Lassie, Space Old Yeller, considering the amount of times they fucking killed me. It's less Space Old Yeller, more Space Vengeance. And you know what, Shauna, that's one of the things, joking aside, FromSoft's ability to create more and more terrifying versions of the Abyss. There is something to be said about the Soulsian titles and how they use our knowledge of them to create more and more horrifying situations. Like, if you've been to the Abyss, if you've played any other Soulsian title, going into a place like that is just fucking terrifying. You know to be afraid. And that's no mean feat. Because a lot of times, reoccurring tropes in video games end up undervaluing or devaluing their creations rather than, like, complementing them. You know, if we look at the Far Cry series, their formulaic systems have ended up essentially devaluing things about the series that made it really pop, you know? Now, Legends, somebody else would probably be able to explain it better than I, the reasons behind the Abyss and its corrupting effects, but that is one of the things I find very powerful about the Dark Souls storyline, is how, like, the Abyss, when you go down there, it is naught but, like, unending pure blackness, you know, where no light can touch, and that its corrupting effect, while varied in the speed at which it hits, is always guaranteed. Sorry, I just want to go spend our blood echoes before we go do nonsense. Yeah, if you stare too long into the Abyss stares back. And they took that to a whole nother level. It is the inevitable darkness. And, you know, the whole story of Arturus... God. Arturus, the Abyssal Watchers, all of that. And Ragnar, no, you're entirely correct. That the Far Cry loop of find camp, clear camp, climb tower, that initially was something so fresh in the series that its formulaic use became just like a boring rhythm, essentially. Whereas there's a lot of Soulsian tropes they bring back, and by knowing about the trope, it actually makes it more intense. Like, in that darkness, there was nothing that could have killed me. But this is the same game that had me do that and had a huge fucking god-sized skeleton loom out of the darkness, its unblinking eyes almost grinning, dripping in gold and jewels. Like, that will forever be one of the ultimate how do I unpiss my jeans moments.
Very well. Let the echoes become your strength.
And so, having known that,
Let me stand
anytime
close.
the Soulsian games put you into that situation, you know to be afraid. Oh, sorry, let me go repair my kit. I've got the magic gem that lets me kick even more arse. And we can check to see if there's any additional information on that blood rune. Repair weapon. Oh shit, we got another blood rock. Fuck yeah. Moonlit Holy Greatsword, let's fucking go! You know what, fuck it. Let's upgrade the Gatling gun. Let's get weird with this. Seeing if there's anything really... So we got physical attack up, blood attack up. I think we can boost it up to 36, that's pretty good. Let's get dangerous! That's how I like to live, friends. Stamina, HP... Oh, so we did have Frenzy Resist, so I probably won't get rid of that. At least not for now. But let's have a look at the... Okay, so we have the perfect form of the Moon Rune. It doesn't give us any more information. The Great Ones that inhabit the nightmare were sympathetic in spirit and often answer when called upon. So, I mean, we've seen that, and... It feels like, at least with like the Nightmare of Mensis and stuff, they probably could call upon the old ones quite frequently. But because of their ever-increasingly deranged state, that would have ended up being detrimental. You know, the thing they were questing for so hard would end up being kind of what put them down. Yeah, Jonorus, yeah, the lantern, it's at the base, and then we take, like, thing and thing up. Alright. I might need to... I should buy some more Quicksilver bullets. Because... one, I'm getting very cocky. But two, if we're going to play silly buggers with a Gatling gun, we should have some extra ammo. Yeah, we want Murgo's Loft Base. But thank you for the reminder. But yeah, it's one of those fascinating things that so many times, and I guess I'm just throwing stones at AAA again, but so many times sorry, bear with me just a second, dear friends. Sorry about that. Tippity-tappity, making stuff happy. Oh, wow. And not only did I do the tippity-tappity, make stuff happy...
Getting cocky. Did I hear hubris calling?
You did. But to the tune of London Calling. Fuck, what was I going to say? What was I saying? Sorry, friends, it's completely dropped out of my head. I was just chatting to a friendo about possible future stream nonsense. And I didn't send the... Oh no, we're good, we're good. Sorry, I didn't see the glowing green light. I was like, don't tell me I left all of the elevators at the top. Pull the lever, Kronk! Ah! Okay. Money, no question. Budget, no question. Here's what I would do. I would do a Soulsian type title with the art style of the Emperor's New Groove. And I would lean fully into the concept of, like, perception as reality. I would use, like, the adorable Disneyness of it all as, like, a shorthand. I would create something that was very evocative of, like, early Disney 3D games and or, like, Kingdom Hearts. And have it as kind of like the, you know, this was the veil cast over the lands. One that is bright and colourful and humorous. And use that as the base jumping off point. And I know that sounds like a Dreadx Collection title. But honestly, after playing The Last Hero of Nostra Gaia, I honestly think it didn't go hard enough. Because, I don't know about you all, I kept playing The Last Hero of Nostra Gaia, and it's good. It's not brilliant, but it's good. And I did like how it actually addressed the ways in which people play games, rather than, like, the archetypes in which we're led to believe that people play games. Flowers was hears me out. A Soulsian title with the style of a Kami. I mean, that's just a great idea, and that's a great starting point, but you'd need an extra hook, Lost Flowers. You'd need just one more little detail to add to it. If you didn't, or if you only found us recently, so the Last Hero of Nostra Gaia is a kind of Souls-like meets Stanley Parable. You're a pixel stick figure who has just entered the land of Nostra Gaia, a video game world which finally did away with all heroes, and you are the last. And essentially the plot of the game is that the narrator, one of the last voiced characters of the world, is absolutely livid at your dared intrusion. You, a retro pixel creature, are absolutely part of the problem. Ah. Yeah. Remember how those people were a boss earlier? God, I love this game. So you have the narrator of the game who is actively seeking to destroy you through a kind of a Stanley Parable villain-esque plot. He blames you for everything bad that is happening. It is retro video games that are ruining this whole land and people's obsession with them. What's fascinating about it is that all the bosses were once like the great players of the world who have kind of abandoned their characters. And the first boss you come up against is the Grinder. And not like the sexy blokes app, but the idea of people who play video games just for number goes up. Specifically, this seems to be based on like people who play a lot of World of Warcraft. And the idea that this person used to play the game for fun and for story and for companionship, and after years and years of being in this space, they can see nothing but the grind. Nothing but the number goes up. Sorry, I've got silly buggers about me today. Hindle says Grinder would be a very hard boss, and I was going to add that, from what I've heard, only in certain situations, and apparently if things are going well. But the idea of this boss, it is the amalgamation of just wailing on low-level critters to create, resources and items and otherwise. Their weapon is this gigantic club, which seems to be all of like the legendary weapons from video games all forged into one huge wet mace, right? This idea that there's a certain point at which players stop seeing your game as a game. The grind begets the grind. They see nothing beyond that. And I thought that was such an empathic and human way of looking at how people play video games. Too often, when we as players are confronted with the archetype of people who play video games, he's not going to be in Bloodborne 2. We're given these old, mostly boring stereotypes, which, when you stop and think about it, this is a video game about video games. So why would the stereotypes be antiquated and outdated? Now, that's got more to do with, like, humor in video games, which is incredibly hard. And at some point, friends, we will sit down with Ben and Mandy and, people what do the funnies for a living, rather than my dumbass, which, as we've proven, I just make funny very quickly until funny go ha-ha. That's the Will story. Now, so didn't. Okay, so Chorner says, I'm pretty sure that killing Makalosh is the last quest flag, but the Church of Yharnam is now in its final state. Roger, roger. Whose baby is that? I remember when it used to be scary. Now... Oh, we didn't get the full hand up there. No instant sausage, I'm afraid, friends. I agree with you, Wolfgrad. Yharnam could certainly do with some better healthcare. Certainly better childcare. Oh, they're covered in eyes. What up? Come on, Piggly. Come on, Piggly. Cool. Somehow they made these pigs even more hideous. Woo! Exploding pigs. This is not the sausage we want to eat. Once again, Bloodborne continues to make me want to take a fucking shower. Did I just kill a pig with a minigun? Yes, I did. No, I will not be accepting questions at this time. Bloodborne, it gets worse every time you think it can't. It absolutely does. Excuse me, love. Can you stop ringing that fucking bell? So many eyes. Gideon, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. Better living through superior firepower. I win! The fuck do you think your candle's gonna do, mate? Did you not see my fucking introduction? Oh, yes, actually, so, Hindle, once we hit the... Because the next mark is just before the wet nurse, right? So, yeah, we have hit the last flag, so we'll head back to Cathedral Ward. Oh, you absolute wanker! An Indiana Jones bastard. That was just rude. I don't think I'm wrong in saying that was just rude. Boosh! Your soul is mine! Test your might! I'm not sorry. Alright, so what the fuck is down here? Oh. I take it that's the wet part to the wet nurse, right? Let me just check back the other way. Actually, you know what? I'll stop and take a beat here so that Chaunerus and Hindle don't go, Will! No, don't go that way! Oh, don't go that way! But yeah, so Gideon, how are you doing, friend? Well, to the sneaker, stop me if I've already told you this. I'm currently working through every video game movie ever released. We'd initially planned to do it more as more watch parties, but life has been kind of shitting on my plans. But Mortal Kombat keeps flashing at me from the top, and I definitely want to do that as a group watch. The side path behind the pigs, that 4 stacks of Yharnam shadows. I think. So that's up this way, yeah? I mean, up makes sense. Got to get up to get down and all that. Oh, yeah, no, this is definitely the way to... Alright. Yeah, there's Queen Yharnam. So I think this route down here opens the shortcut. So we don't have to fight through the Piglians each time. God, this game's gorgeous. Ooh. So the Sneaker was asking for some group assistance on arming their Terminators. Chain Axe or Chain Fist? Have you got any fist weapons or axe weapons in your setup already? Because I'm a big fan of giving Terminators kind of their individuality. If it's a choice between the two... Oh, okay, yeah, so this is just the return path, alright. Lure is effective. Where? Where? So, Sneaker's saying that one does have an axe, but it's a power axe, and they did pick up the Azarek model, who is a Terminator lad with a fist. I'm just going to Google him very quickly, because it's been a long time since I looked at Azak the Annihilator. Oh, he's a named character, though. You're killing me. Okay, and also, looking at the, what's his name? Yeah. Azrak the Annihilator. His is less of a chain fist and more of a chain middle finger. Like, okay, let me... You know what? I'll just pass you all this model. Like, look at this guy. He has basically the flak cannon from Unreal Tournament. And it's not just like a chainsaw on the back of his fist. Or like a chain fist for a hand. He's still got 3 grippy fingers. So he's still got these, like, going on. So he's basically doing a great big chainsaw middle finger. Like, tell me I'm wrong. Sorry, the baby's crying. Chainsaw F you indeed. So have I missed opening up a side path? Or are we going to have to fight through all this nonsense each time when we're fighting the wet nurse? Okay, thank you, Hindle. The side path's next to Queen Yarnum. Okay, so let's go meet the Queen. Now, is there any way we can interact with her? I can't remember. I mean, mainly because it's a pretty heavy topic to get into on a Saturday afternoon, but... like... the things to take note of. The blood from what looks like a C-section. That her hands are bound, and yet she is dressed in wedding attire. But also, when you consider, like... we are very tall, right? And, like, Maria, it was about, like, a foot on us. And that this lass is taller still, and whether or not the gaunt paleness and the elongation is post-death or otherwise, I couldn't tell you. But, yeah. As the Sneaker was saying, the Nemerians are pretty tall. But it's definitely something to bear in mind.
Wedding
shit.
dress, hands bound. Looks like someone forgot their safe word.
Oh. What is up with you lot today? Like I said, we need to strive to be a better class of criminal. And we've got too much of Yovska's blood. Why is Yovska's blood here? And it was just in a chest. I refuse to leave it behind. Alright, here we go, and I guess this is the last shortcut.
Classic for school and him 40 so long past school.
Sorry, Bacon and Favor6, thank you for the bits. I got a little bit 1,000-yard starey there, but I appreciate it. So, let's go spend what we've got. Now, do we need to progress any further before we head back to the central cathedral? Okay, yeah, so we're going to go Cathedral Ward now, kick What's-His-Face right in the unmentionables, and come right on back. Okay. Sorry, Bacon was saying they just finished rolling around replacing brake pads, and that's their excuse. You know what? That's fair. Get how much we need.
Welcome. What is it? Very well. Let me.
Oh yeah, no, we get the whole shebang.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Yeah, so again, if the doll is based on Maria, look how much... Like, Maria's got like a foot on us. And Queen Yharnam is basically like two of us stacked. And Favor6, it's understandable. You know, if I was genuinely mad, I would say. Like, I don't know what it is, friends, but this week seems to have hit all of us like a dump truck, and I don't know why. You know, whichever old ones are fucking with us this week are absolutely not giving us a respite by any means. Also, I'm just going to quickly check to see if we've got any better blade, any better gems. Are we fighting any more kin? Because I don't think we are. I think we're done fighting kin, yeah? The wet nurse isn't kin. Kin are made... Kin are constructed, right? They are the ones who are designed to talk with the old ones. But end up being their own wibbly space. Well, that means 2 cursed gems! Let's fucking go! Alright, it seems this is as beefcake as we're going to get the Ludwig's Holy Blade. And I'm sorry I'm such a sucker when it comes to, like, big beefcake swords, but that's my jam. And I don't think we need Frenzy Resist anymore, right? Oh! You know what, Mega Boss, I didn't update the rotor on who was feeding the old ones this week, so we might have forgotten. Nothing more understandable than big sword. Look, I am still a great big fan of Berserk. And when I saw... Like, in Dark Souls 1, you can get Guts' OG sword. And then in 2 and 3, you can get the Dragon Slayer. It's not officially, but... You know... We never got a mainstream Berserk game that was brilliant. To my understanding, there were 3 different Berserk games, and each of them were good for one different thing. But what we really needed was all of them to come together. And the Soulsian games actually kind of mastered the whole feeling of having this impossibly gigantic blade. Because, yeah, there was a Dreamcast game, there was a PS2 game, and then there was the more recent kind of like Dynasty Warriors title. The Dynasty Warriors title is alright. It's a bit mashy buttons, samey unlock. but it does the grand scale, especially the early like Golden Era arc battles. The Dreamcast game nails the weight of the Dragon Slayer, Guts' iconic sword, and actually does a few things that the Soulsian games would emulate, like ricocheting off walls in small alleys, forcing you to use like your full setup of equipment when playing as Guts. And the PS2 game was just wah. Oh, and Scotty! Watto and welcome! Hello, hello! More like a slab of iron than a blade. I love the story of the Dragon Slayer. So the Dragon Slayer is a gift from a disgraced blacksmith. And the reason that he was a disgraced blacksmith is at one point he was one of the greatest smiths in the land. And so the king, in a time of peace, the king commissioned a contest to all the smiths to present him with a sword that would slay a dragon. And so everybody made their own version of these jewel-encrusted, ostentatious blades of increasingly like fancy and strange designs. But our feckin' blacksmith, who I hate don't forget the name of, our feckin' blacksmith sat down and went, alright, a dragon is a dragon because people cannot slay them. So to slay something impossible, you need something impossible. And that was why he sat down and created the Dragon Slayer in the manner he did. This big, fuck you lump of violence. Anyway, when it was presented to the king was so insulted, mainly because it was a weapon the king could not lift or wield, thus to imply the king was too weak to slay dragons, that he was disgraced and banished from court. During one of the early parts, the Black Swordsman arc, Guts is given a regular good sword to try and fight the creatures that chase him. And after being punted through a fucking building, Guts finds the Dragon Slayer, and with one of the most brilliantly sinister drawn grins in all of art, it's like, I didn't realise you'd been holding out on me. Berserk is not a perfect series by any means, and it is brutal at times. But I will say that if you consider the fairy arc as kind of like the air quotes end of it, it is a story that ends in a weirdly satisfying way. Now, supposedly, the gentleman who drew and wrote Berserk had kept copious notes about how the story was going to unfurl, and there's discussions about, in the wake of his passing, the series continuing. And I'm very happy to see that. I love the idea of someone's work continuing beyond them. I think that's a real compliment to a person. But even if nothing else comes from it, it's worth reading, Oh, Scotty Doggy, I fucking love the Dreamcast. I've been talking a lot about this with Sadlin and stuff, and should I ever reach another stage where I have a bit of fiscal stability, I'm going to pick up a Dreamcast for in here. Kind of like the Saturn that will eventually be running on the telly behind me. If I ever get fucking time to set it up. I tell you what, friends. I'm going to nip to the loo, because I want to go get some water as well, because it's very warm in here. And then let's head to Cathedral Ward. Then we've got Wet Nurse, and then it's just Go Gurnham. Go Geranium. We just got to kick some ass and go from there. Oh, and C222, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. We're going to get to hang out in a couple of weeks. No, fucking stoked for that. Oh yeah, Scotty, like the Saturn's one of my great loves. That's why I think it was like a little present to myself after a long ship day. I got the Sega Saturn, I got a few reproduction games, because I like having it just ambiently on. Like, yo!
For your wonderful assistance in deciding weaponry and being a righteous dude.
Fucking yo! Hey, to the sneaker, thank you kindly, alright? That money will be spent on feeding us and keeping the animals alive. So I'm seriously, seriously grateful for that. So thank you. Okay. Thank you. Right. I'm gonna get some water, quick pee break, and then let's keep going. I recommend you do the stream. Have a little stretch, say hello to your pets, and then, well, let's go get into trouble, shall we?
Snipe.
Well, shit. All hail the new Jarl, I guess. Favor 6, thank you for the tiny bit. And Wolfcrowd, thank you for the very not tiny bits. Thank you. What will you do with your newfound power now that you rule once more, Wolfcrowd? Oh. Actually, let me be cheesy for a second. Because I got me fancy water. Come on, Liquid Death. You know you want to sponsor me. I'm cool. I'm cool like this. No. This playthrough of Bloodborne has been beautiful. Sorry to be overly cheesy, but like, this is a game that so many of us love. This is one of the great works of our medium, and being able to replay it like this and being able to share it with you all is fucking lovely. I can't wait to start Elden Ring, because I don't know diddly shit about Elden Ring, and I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna. I don't know how we're gonna do it with Elden Ring. Like, in terms of like how to talk about it openly, like we always do, but also keep any of the surprises still surprising. Robin saying the trick to Elden Ring is that the ring is a metaphor. Probably. Apparently, there's a couple of friends who have been playing Elden Ring since it dropped and have yet to finish. Alright, yeah, so Cathedral Ward. Yeah, I know what we got coming. Also, due to its like the ability to rework your character and the different builds and stuff in Elden Ring, I'm really excited for that one. Because I've seen a few little snippets of it, like the double ninja blade that lets you spin like a top. Okay. Oh shit. Everybody's gone and there's shitloads of blood. Alright, so she's gone. Well, these two are still here. Nana's already dead.
Ah, your lies spin a web, but I see through you. I did not. I learned it all.
Yeah. Go hang out with Patches. Nightbreed. Every route is the evil route. No, we saved everybody we could. The old woman went off to go get us pills. The person we're looking for went downstairs to the gas toy area. Ah yes, follow the blood trail. Let's see if this person has anything else to say. Oh, what could it have been? I don't know, says the gangly fuck. Alright. To Ope, or Oape. Watto and welcome. Nani? Oh no! Oh no!
It can't be. This is a nightmare.
Aww. It's all thanks to woman. Darn it. Okay, can I talk to the little view spectre, view notes? Okay. Oh, Hindle says, remember what the old one said about wanting children? Oh, okay. Well, good luck with that. And there's a little baby. I'm sure you'll be a wonderful parent. If your kid starts picking up a sharpened rebar spear, let me know. Otherwise, you're on your own. Kill the baby? Why would we kill the baby? Do I need more umbilicals? I have a lot of cords. I've got 3 already. 3 of 4. Yeah, Scotty, I've not worked out specifically how to do it. I haven't looked into it. But yeah, you can dress up your little ghost friends. So when you leave messages, they are all in different little attire. Okay. Oh, but it has different lore. No, we've been bastards all day. Let's just leave a happy little baby to do baby stuff. You can tell me the... I tell you what, you can tell me the lore on that one. I don't remember it. Yeah, it's a happy little baby. It's fine. Alright. And as we... There's a place in the Hunter's Dream to play dress up, I figured. Alright. I forget how we progress it so that these two and end up this guy... So this is the final state Cathedral Ward. Sorry, Megaboss said, look, CPS of Yharnam is backed the fuck up. Yeah, they got problems. Everyone is dead, mad, or mad, then dead. Welcome to Bloodborne. But it's gonna be fine. I'm gonna become a new god. Job's a good one. Alright. No, Chaunerus. It's not nobody survives, and it gets worse. Bloodborne. It gets worse. Alright. Okay, Will versus Wet Nurse. Let's go! So inventory. Key items. Oh, yeah, so there's the dress up. Where are they? Oh yeah, so yeah, no, we've got 2 parts of the umbilical. We'll get the 3rd. I mean, you remember when we had Dan Elson on the show, God, a few weeks back now. He did a wonderful, wonderful video about how Bloodborne's best ending is also its saddest. Because if you weren't already aware, I'm going to talk about the endings, but I'm sure most of you know them by now. So there are 2 endings that you have access to if you haven't done all the Faffermancy. So basically, once we kill Wet Nurse, the Hunter's Dream is on fire. Oh, piss off, you lot. The Hunter's Dream is on fire. And we are... I believe it is German who has set it ablaze. And we are given 2 choices. Either German kills us, and the night comes to a close. We were sent to... Oh, what's the exact line? It was Fear the Old Blood. We have been sent forth to... Oh, where is it? It's in the back of the Hunter's Dream, near the construction tables and the ritual table and whatnot. There's a little message that says something on the lines of, like, seek out and defeat an old one. Like, that's your task from the Hunter's Dream. Once you do it, German's like, yo, I can free you of the Hunter's Dream, or you can fight me. Yeah, whatever happens, you may just consider it a bad dream. So you murder... German kills you, and you wake up, having forgotten all the activities of the day. You wake up a brand new morning in the world of Yharnam. The other, you fight Gurnham, you kick his ass, and then you take his place. You become next Gurnham. God, one thing about Bloodborne is you end up saying these words so many times, they really start to lose all meaning. Anyway, so you are now the keeper of the Hunter's Dream. You sit in the chair. It's your job to guide our hunters through this. The 3rd ending is you gobble the umbilical cords, and you fight the very creature that created the Hunter's Dream. The moon farts, or whatever they're called. Moony Moonsend. In the event that you win that fight, you ascend to become an old one. A baby old one, nonetheless, but an old one. Moon presence, thank you, Chaunerus. And so, the most difficult ending is also, I guess, the saddest, because you have broken free of kind of like the cycle that these hunters go through in the Hunter's Dream. But in doing so, you have lost every shred of your humanity. Chaunerus, that's a very good point. You do kind of look like a baby Cos. you look like an old one from the deep. As it has been discussed that a lot of the deep ones come from, like, unfathomably deep oceans. Yeah, it's like, damn it, Moon. Yeah, and at this point, have you broken free or just gotten a bigger part in it all? So, like, the happiest ending is just forget it all. It was all just a dream. Now, Hindle and Shaunerus, you might know this. Can we do the it was just a dream ending and then load the save and fight German? I mean, okay, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself because I've got to actually win this fight before I can start, like, running my mouth. Beware of fall. Okay. Alright, so I'll just make sure I'm busting it out proper. And here are all the people once hanging out in the dream, now kind of fucked. Scotty, we could copy the save, but honestly, like, that's not what we're about. Like, being the moon presence is really what matters to experience the most out of Bloodborne, you know? Alright. Don't give up. Time to fight Bloodborne's penultimate battle. A regular baby. Just a regular baby. Who will win? A hunter with a perfectly crafted sword able to crush demons and gods alike, or a regular baby? There sure are a lot of skeletons up here. I'm sure it's fine. Oh yeah, but if I remember rightly, the music box only works sometimes, right?
Right, head to your corners when you hear the sinister bell come out swinging.
Oh, I forgot to do that. First time, every time. Aww. It's a little baby. One-third of the umbilical cord. So it turns out I did remember that fight. Well, so Scotty, I believe that wet nurse is an aspect of like the unseen god. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get the little baby giggle, but the kid did seem much calmer after I kicked the fuck out of the wet nurse. So there we go. Okay, so I've got the third chord text, which we can now read. So here we go. A great relic known as the Cord of the Eye. Every infant Great One has this particular umbilical cord. Every Great One loses its child, and then yearns for a surrogate. This cord granted Mensis audience with Murgo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. To use insight and... to gain insight and, so they say, eyes on the inside, although no one remembers what that truly entails. So Time Warp, I have 3, not 4, because I didn't want to kill the other one. Because it was just hanging out. It was just doing its little thing. Now, even I have limits. And the last one says, yeah, every Great One loses a child and learns for its surrogate. And Odeon, the Formless One, is no different. To think it was corrupted blood that began this eldritch liaison is the missing one. Okay. Yeah, numbers. There are 4/3 to the umbilical cords. Bloodborne! It gets worse. Even the math. Alright. But yeah, honestly, shout out to... It was either Hindle or Chaunerus that reminded me how to do that fight. The Wet Nurse is a bastard if you try and keep distance. Just be behind, hit hard, don't give it the opportunity to breathe. Yeah. Ah, balls! Which of you fuckers left the oven on? Ah, I don't have insurance!
Good hunter, I can explain. I saw a spider, hat tip to DJ.
Was that DJ's excuse, huh? Was that why Dan Judge burnt it down?
Good hunter, you have come.
Furiously.
Dawn will soon break.
I'm sorry, that was
This night
terrible.
And this dream will end.
Why am I like this today?
Gammon awaits you at the foot of the great tree. Very well. Let the echoes become your strength.
Yeah, Red Burning Dragon. We had
Let
an
me stand
oven.
close. Now shut your eyes.
Oh, so Time Warp, does it have different patterns in New Game Plus? Because I've not fought it.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Yeah, Hindle, it's surreal when it all kind of matches up. Ooh, okay. Yeah, you know what, PVS? There's nothing to be doing. Let's spend it all. Alright, we've got one big fight. Actually, so Scotty, don't worry about it. It's actually just decorative fire. I picked some up from Freddy's on the way home. It's fake fire, you know, standard stuff, really. Yeah, Scotty, it looks super real. We decided to get the on-brand fake fire rather than like the knockoff Tesco value. Because, you know, it's Saturday. Let's splash out. Let's live a little. Oh, so Time Warp says that it can happen on any playthrough, but basically the Wet Nurse summons a duplicate that attacks and makes the fight worth paying attention to. Well, a Time Warp... The Wet Nurse fight, much like a few of the other fights, like Maria and stuff like that, were kind of like, in my humble opinion, the proto-inspiration for like a lot of Sekiro's boss fights, where to pull away is the incorrect move, that you need to stay on them. Like, that as soon as you give distance, it's a much more difficult and a much more complicated fight. Oh, Hindle had to deal with the clones. Alright. Maybe I just got super lucky. No! Maybe I just got super lucky there. But, I remember battling the Wet Nurse the first time and kind of smacking myself in the face for trying to keep distance and, like, judge when things were happening. When really, I should have just been... Yeah.
This is fine. Save the doll.
Look, if the doll's not worried, I'm not worried. Alright, now to find out if German is weak to fire. Although despite our clever posturing, we did end up just being a punchy beefcake. Well, Miyaki Sakura, I would say that this was the inspiration. So there's an individual I've been watching who's playing Sekiro for the first time, and it's fascinating to watch because they cut their teeth on Bloodborne, then played the Soulsian titles and have now started Sekiro. And watching them hit Madame Butterfly and learning that it's a game of rhythm and parry, it's kind of fascinating. We definitely don't need Frenzy Resist yet. Oh, and this was the... Here it was. To escape this dreadful hunter's dream, halt the source of the spreading scourge of beasts that carry on the night forever. Jobs are good. Hill's like, I'll just hang out here in this burning building in case Will needs help. Alright, so instead of Frenzy, all damage reduction. That's quite nice. Scotty says, any plans for Wulong? I'm going to give Wulong some breathing room to see how it settles. By my understanding, currently the PC port isn't very stable. And while I do enjoy them, I feel that there's nothing currently, to my understanding, that Wulong says as a piece of art that they didn't already do with Ninja Gaiden Black. And that had more of a self-awareness of its ridiculousness. Axe Vials, maybe. Visceral attacks, unlikely. Physical damage reduction. Arcane, Fire, Bolt. Honestly, I'm just going to go for all damage reduction. That should give me a little bit of life. Oh, it's on Game Pass up until next year, so... Oh, lovely. Yeah, so Chorder, that means I can give it a go. And I have been pondering Wulong for quite some time, since it came out, because, like, Team Ninja have actively made hostile games.
You. At the foot of the great go.
Like games that just exist to kick the hot snot out of you, right?
Very well. Let me.
So we could punch harder. We're punching very hard already. We could be more survivable. Stamina's always nice. Decisions, friends. Sorry. I do like punching really hard, though. And having a weapon that swings for 721 is lovely. Yeah. Why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I be Beefcake? Why shouldn't I punch hard? Unfortunately, we're out of blood, so we don't have enough to
Farewell,
beefcake any
good
further,
hunter.
so we'll just spend some of it. But yeah, so jumping back. Hindle is correct. Team Ninja's games don't feel fair. They use a lot of unlearnable. Okay, quick show of hands. How many of you played Ninja Gaiden Black? Just so I can get like a frame of reference on where everybody's at. Because Ninja Gaiden Black was Team Ninja's kind of like seminal work for a while. They did a few other titles that didn't do great, but they were the OG kind of arbiters of this is a hard game. However, a lot of the techniques they use design-wise to craft those experiences are, by today's standards, very cheap. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not sure if Wulong is one I want to do streams of, because I don't think they've really progressed any further. See, I'm not just here to pat From Software on the back. However, From Software have kind of mastered the perception of the difficult game, right? Sekiro is the hardest of the new FromSoft titles, but it uses that difficulty to say something. You know what I mean? It is the story of ninja mastery. It is the story of a broken person rebuilding themselves for a cause greater than themselves. Well, so Hindle, that is an interesting point, saying that even DJ, who, as we all know, Dan Jones is very good at these types of games, much better than myself, and spent only 2 hours on the first boss. I keep thinking about how FromSoft's early bosses force you to learn the world. They're not as much brutal as they are teachers. And from what I have heard, Wulong's first boss is just hard. It's not teaching you anything. It's not a barrier that you must pass before you're allowed to, you know, foray out into the world. It's just there to break face. Yes, hero to the people, Dan Jones. Sorry, Scotty. You may have got a reference too classic. What was I going to spend points on? Oh, I think I still have to acquire all of the weapons. So now I can get the Canehurst armor. I don't know if I want to. You know what? Fuck it. Blood binge. Let's go. Either I'm going to beast this or it's going to kick my ass. Now, you'll have to remind me when I need to use the umbilical cords, but I want to finish this thought before we start fighting German, because unfortunately I'll have to pay attention. Because Hindle is saying that FromSoft have a talent for building difficulty. They absolutely do. And the early bosses are teachers. They are a way to stop you from getting in over your head. And the great thing about it is that, Sekiro aside, it's all about punching. Let me phrase it another way. You can get more and more swole by grinding if you find that you are hitting up against barriers in that one. Even in Bloodborne. Bloodborne is trying to teach you to be an aggressive hunter. That's how you succeed. But if you are struggling against that, you can grind, give yourself more health, make yourself stronger. You can over-level for the challenge and still feel like you are making that progression. And Sekiro's bosses slowly increase in complexity. I mean, the sub-bosses into the main bosses, and each one gets you used to an idea until you fight Madame Butterfly, who teaches you that this isn't about unleashing punishment. This is about negating the other person's attacks. It's all about parries. That's the whole game. And I find that wonderful. I'm thinking back to the bosses I fought in Sekiro that took us hours, like the fucking ape or the last boss. God, that last boss. I still wish we'd killed it when I had an audience. That would have been the greatest. But they can't all be winners. Fucking ninja with a gun. But everything about the Soulsian philosophy of difficulty is also in keeping with the experience. In Bloodborne, you are the hunter. You are aggressive. You are fighty, and you are the thing they fear. In Dark Souls, you are the warrior, the struggler, the wizard. You are the one person in this land of the damned who does not fucking give up. And in Sekiro, you are the broken ninja rebuilding themselves, righting the wrongs, bringing peace to this land through the skills you have already learned. You don't get stronger in Sekiro. You are already as strong as you can be, you know? It is about mastery. It is about feeling, you know, the way of the ninja. That wonderful feeling you get when you sneak up on an enemy, stab them in the back. That's carried through into that feeling of mastery in all of those elements. You know, you can't over-level, but that also means when you succeed, it is your skill, your accomplishment, your victory. Now, could Sekiro have used some accessibility options and some difficulty options to allow more people to have that experience? Fuck yes. But I'd like to save that for a different conversation. So that's where I feel Team Ninja's philosophy doesn't quite line up. They make hard games. They're almost more in keeping with like the Kaizo Mario philosophy. And the game design philosophy is fuck you. Now, do you feel awesome when you beat Ninja Gaiden Black? Fuck yeah, you do. But it's not trying to teach you anything. It's not trying to say anything with its difficulty. The difficulty is just fuck you. But you feel a sense of accomplishment by winning. It's a very, very basic variant. Yeah, punishing is a much better way, and there is a market for that. I don't want you to think that I'm dissing on Wulong or Ninja Gaiden Black or anything like that. It's very different. There's a reason why Bloodborne is one of the seminal works. Oh yes, and Chorner is like, New Game Plus in Sekiro makes you feel like the true ninja. So yeah, it's also where the last hero of Nostragaia kind of fell down, because it has the leveling system and it had the thematics, but again, the bosses said something artistically, but never said anything mechanically. So, because the thing is, like, the first boss you fight is the Grinder, but the Grinder has multiple adds, and that doesn't make sense. Why would a player who's all about just punching the lowest enemies to just gain resources and XP, why would they have the lowest people fight for them? That doesn't make sense. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, sorry. Thank you all for letting me waffle on this one. Megaboss was saying that without spoilers, in Elden Ring, you are just a single person trying to understand what has happened. There's so much to find and overcome. Interesting. I'm looking forward to going through it, and we'll probably have a similar philosophy to this in, like, don't tell me when bosses are going to pop up. Don't tell me, you know, the great moments. Please feel free to guide me towards them, and feel free to talk about things as they unfurl. I think that's how we'll do Elden Ring. God. It was the thing you mentioned about Dan Jones spending 2 hours on the first boss, and yeah, thinking back to the bosses in Sekiro that we ground on, that ape fight will stay with me forever. Not because it was so brutally unfair, but because it was so creative and evocative. Oh, Bacon, thank you. It's just, instead of a Yule log, it's my whole ass house on fire. Also, to the people who watched the Adult Swim Yule log with me, I'm still sorry. Yeah, Favor 6, I love those concepts. Favor 6 says they love the idea of The hero not being the chosen one, but merely being the poor bugger that survived. In Dark Souls, at least 1 and 2, 3 you are the Ashen One, but whatever. You're not the chosen one. You're the guy that didn't fucking give up. Everyone else turned hollow and became this impossible zombie. But you're not giving up. You're not stopping. Every time you reach like the edge of hollowification, you claw your way back. Fucking love that. Okay, Lost Flower says, this is the reminder, we should eat umbilical cords. I am sorry, friends. I've only got 3 umbilical cords, so I don't have enough for everybody. It's nothing personal. Tiny Tundras. It's tiny, it's little. Oh, nom 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 nom. Oh, delicious. Okay, Hindle's already had some. Alright, well look, we've probably got some leftover umbilical cord if anyone's hungry afterwards. Oh, jump, 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 jump. Oh. Okay, Kaiish, that's not fair. You can't bring in actual tasty foods into this meme discussion. Kaiish is just homemade teriyaki burgers. That's not fair. Yeah, it's supposed to give us 5 insight, but we already have too much. Alright, so we've eaten all 3. I can't remember if we need to do anything else at this point. Summon a tiny meteor. Little tiny meteor. Actually, have we tried using tiny meteor? Can I use it around here? We don't have enough for star explosion. Beast roars, so-so. Partly summon Erebus. I forgot I could do all these. It's a tiny meteor out of our eye. That just sounds incredibly unhealthy. Chaunerus, I don't think we're going to go for the wake up and forget, but... Alright, so let's go down this way. One thing I've been told is that when you get... after you challenge German and restart, you can have PvP fights in here, which I think is fucking cool. Alright, so this goes... Hadouken! Fuck, that's cool. Ah. Tentacles. But we'll probably need all of ours for old Hunter Bones. No, you know what? I'm not unequipping the Lucky Lantern. And... oh, interesting. Sorry, Favor6 was saying that if they recall in Morrowind that you can find a cave with previous chosen ones, which is, and there is a theme of reference made towards you having save files. Fascinating. Yeah, the only thing left to do is kill German. Time for that graduation ceremony. Right. Does anyone have any like thoughts or feels on Wulong and stuff before we start doing this? Because I've got to remember German's patterns. If I remember, he pulls a whole bunch of bullshit. So it's gonna be tricky. So yeah, if you've got any points to make them now, friends. Oh, actually, Red Budding's Dragon saying, did we clean up the inside shop? We did not. Yeah, Ragnar, all dreams must end. Ah, there he is. One little fact that I love about this in New Game Plus is that once you clear the game, there is a rare instance where the doll will be tending to a new grave, which is kind of implied to be your last save, your last character, and I fucking love that. Oh yeah, no, Meowkity Sakura, this is one of the great boss arenas. This is up there with like Red Ring Rico in Phantasy Star Online and so many others. Alright, bastards! Let's fucking go.
Good hunter, you've done well. The night is near its end. Now, I will show you mercy.
Oh, fuck you.
You will die, forget the dream, and awake under the morning sun. You will be freed from this terrible hunter's dream.
Oh yeah, Red Burning Dragon, like, the Lord of Cinder's boss fight is amazing as well. We're talking about the final boss from OG Dark Souls 3. What I love about that is that it's so evocative for anyone who's played through the series. The battlefield littered in weapons, their varied moveset. The fact that the final boss looks like the cover character from Dark Souls 1. Ah, the Dancer. It's beautiful. Although the Dancer's environment is just an cathedral, I feel the Dancer deserved a better space. Honestly. Oh yeah, and PVS, I have eaten the umbilical cords. Om nom nom. If it had worked, it probably would have been too difficult. Also, Greybeard, welcome. If it had worked, I would have put the Dancer on the long moonlit bridge into the that whole area, because that's such a beautiful environment, and you just fight that big werewolf, and it's a cool fight, but it's not the Dancer. The Dancer deserved to be bathed in moonlight and have this beautiful scene. So yeah, we refuse. Get fucked.
Dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? Oh, it doesn't matter.
There's the shot. The boss from Metal Gear Solid 3.
It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes. Tonight, Gammon joins the hunt.
Let's fucking go, Gammon! Oh, fuck your timing. Alright, you want to get your gun out, mate? Good. Yeah, come on, do your second form. Let's fucking go. Ah, mistimed it. I fucking hate your timing, Gerben! Such an arse. Oh, I don't get... Oh, yeah, I don't get knockback anymore, do I? Because he's gaming. He's gaming. He's been burning him. Gurning him. That's what I was after! Yes! First time every time! And there, the old hunter's badge. Woof! Fucking hate his timing. Now I can't remember, do I have to now fight them 1v1 after the other? It's that extended finger that has that whole like okay, if I die I get to restock and start the moon presence, cool. It's at the same time, it's such a haunting, unnatural visage, but it seems to be simultaneously... Oh! At least in that cutscene, it's simultaneously... Up in ya! It was me fucking worried about actually being able to do it today. No, 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 no. Oh. Oh, look, it's me. Bring me fish. Bring me fish. I'm a tiny, tiny old one. Bring me fish.
Oh, good hunter.
Less slug cat, more just slug. Oh shit. Hindle got shot by a moonbeam from German. And there we go, friends. And that was Bloodborne in its entirety. Feckin' yo. The start of the Guol. I'm feeling really fucking stoked. It is amazing how sometimes like muscle memory just comes back. It does also help that I did the old hunt before this, so I was pretty strong, but still. Let's fucking break some face. Oh shit, red burning. I'll track that. I'll check that after the credits. Eagle Lives was like, wow, I didn't know they rolled credits after you died 500 times. Impressive. We came, we saw, we kicked its ass. Well, at least you all know I wasn't fronting when I said I'd played this before. Oh, interesting. Chonra says it's one of the Moon Presence's moves that leaves you at 1 HP, but leaves it vulnerable so you can rally back health. Fascinating. Oh, and Fluffy Adorable Kitten. Oh, and welcome. You did sneak in. I just managed to beast German and the Moon Presence in one run. I'm feeling very, very chuffed about that. Aww. Aww. Poor Gaston. It's what always brought him back. It's what always brought him back. And Wolfcrad and Ragnar, thank you kindly. But yeah, I'm looking forward to nipping on that. Here was me! I was legit prepping this was going to be like an hour of just chipping away at this, trying to remember how to do this bloody fight. It all just came flying back. What threw me off with German, I realised, is I was using the Hunter's Old Bone, which gives you like a quick step dodge instead of like the rolling dodge, right? That's why he kept wrecking me, because my dodge timing was wrong. I probably would have lost less health without using the Hunter's Bone. Oh, well, Scotty, what's lovely is those are all the voice actors for all the different regions. So that's why for like each character, there's like 8 different vocal performers. Those are for all the localization regions, which I really like. Because sometimes, at least with a lot of like US and European games, they'll do the initial cast and then treat kind of like the translation cast as like a throwaway idea. I'm like, no, they all tackled that same character. I can't believe I did that in one. Yeah, that PlayStation money got him some good extra languages. Oh, lovely. Sorry, Moose was saying that Final Fantasy XIV's credits do the same thing with each expansion. That's good to hear. Aww. A little special thanks to Sony. I guess, Sony, thanks for the money. Just keeping an eye out now to see if there's anybody I know over in the European side. Oh, really? Sorry, Comp was saying this was also the first of their Soulsborne titles to get a Japanese voice track. Yo. God, what a brilliant game. What an absolutely brilliant game. Like, this is, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the great games of our time. And it makes me so happy to be able to, like, replay it and share it with everybody. Ah, Hindle. Long distance hunter high five. Our further education is complete. Bloodborne University. Graduate. Ah. So, C222, thank you for the 500, you fucking legend. But also, the Oldham is yours. What will you do? Oh!
All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry.
Who's that fuck?
Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
Who the fuck is that? That's not German. So we have no idea who that was. Fuck. Still yet more mysteries of Bloodborne. Oh, good. Also, now looking back, like, that's not a regular beast by any means, especially as it rises out of a pool of blood. Bloodborne, you postgrad. Your student debt shall be paid in blood. Alright. Thanks, little guys! One of the things that's so interesting about this one is how these little things seem so horrifying when you first play it. And basically, they're like they're fucking Ewoks. They're little help friendos.
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
Yeah, here it is. Please let us make Bloodborne 2. Oh, I get to keep my sword. All right, let me be Beefcake for a little bit before we continue. Yeah, they save us from the wolf. It's a really, really good example of how Bloodborne uses your preconceived notions early on. You know, imagery, blood, werewolves, and these little horrid little guys who turn out to be actual cutie patooties. Handwritten scores. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. That is the whole fucking game in one little note there. Remember the cosmos. I do remember the cosmos, thank you. Ooh, I like that. So Red Burning Dragon says that they like to think that Blood Wolf was essentially like the beasthood, the beast blood trying to take over. Yeah, Eagle Lives. Remember the New York Cosmos, who I believe were a basketball team. Alright, so it says... what is this? Oh, yeah. Because I will say, I've not played any of New Game Plus, so if there are any other like additional details, like now's the time to talk about it. Hey, remember when you bullied me at the beginning of the game, fucko? What up, dickhead? Oh. Alright, that could have gone better. Won't lie. Could have gone better. Yeah, first try, totally. First time every time. Actually need those blood vials. Yeah, Scotty, that was nearly a bad time. And yeah, Red Burning Dragon, I think that's a good thing to consider. Like, we've seen how the blood turns people into monsters. It's been a long-running part of this whole thing. Nah, Moose, we got the full-on, you know, you're a kid now, you're a squid now. Time for hunting! Alright. And Mecha Noel, Watto. Yes, we're just doing some additional workplace placement. Hey, you bastards! Actually, so Dustin, Witch from Mercury Season 2 has been confirmed for quite a while, and, to my understanding, we'll be getting it very soon. Alright, so let's head back to the Hunter's Dream. And again, I can't remember if there's anything New Game Plus we see immediately. We know who that is! on, let's talk to this one. But Hindle's saying, when you go to the first lantern,
be
it
a
says,
hunter.
return to the hunter's dream.
And you know I'm
Yeah, hello.
guessing that it will
Hey up,
lead
Gilbert!
them- This town, whatever.
This town is cursed! Fine, mate. Sorry, Hindle was saying that when we take this lantern, it says... Oh, return to the hunter's dream. But when you're first playing your first run of Bloodborne, it is travel to the hunter's dream. I didn't notice that. Gibbs, get yourself a lozenge, mate. You'll be fine. Oh, it's good to be back. And have it not be on fire. Now, there's the other thing that I find interesting. Is there anything special about us specifically that keeps us from going loony, from jumping between the hunter's dream and the hunt? Or is it just the moon presence isn't, like, fecking with our heads too much? Sup, Moon? Sorry I kicked your ass! Sorry I kicked your ass. Oh yeah, I don't think the doll's active yet, so we can't even level. Oh, free weapons. You know what? We never took the hunter's axe. Hang on. Did we take the hunter's axe? Where's my weapons? We've got the cane. Oh god, we didn't take either of the basic baby weapons. Yeah, alright. I'll take an axe. And what have you got for me? I'll take a blunderbuss. Hey, Dustin, that's what we did. I got to show all of you my moon jujitsu class. Oh, no.
Well,
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Thanks, Herman.
this was a work you were even.
Such a creep.
This was
Alright, and... yeah, so we still have the memory altar. We still have all of the tools we need. Ah, it's good to be back. We have so much insight, it's not even funny. Oh yes, good point. Also, the Chalice Dungeon progress stays. Now, if I had to be arty-farty about this, I would say that it's still implying that we are in... Oh, this is the grave! May the good blood guide your way. I believe our gravestone is around here somewhere. Wait, was this always here? Oh! This is where we change the outfits. Would you believe I never found this in the first time I played this? This is my first time here. Fucking hell. Why do you not put up with me again? Fucking hell. God, so much stuff we can pick up. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Well, I tell you what, friends, we've still got a chunk of time. Even if I do go to sober this evening, we've still got plenty of time. So if we want to faff around in Chalice Dungeons, if we want to talk about Bloodborne, or just fucking hang out, I'm not going anywhere. I'd be down for some Chalice Dungeons, or just some banter. Sorry, before I go for a quick break, because I've been being healthy and drinking water, the point I wanted to make was that if I wanted to be really arty-farty about it, the changes to the Hunter's Dream The perceptions are what we as the new moon presence have kind of left, essentially. Like, the idea that the previous hunters that went through didn't do as much as we did. That Gurman's command of the Hunter's Dream hasn't been that good. But when we become the next kind of Eldritch one, if we are the ones keeping this dream going, then what we have done in this space persists. Does that make a weird sense? I don't know. Stop me if I'm getting too wild. Anyway, I gotta pee, so I'll be back in a second. And then let's decide what we're doing. Greetings, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Apologies for making you wait. How goes it? Watto and welcome. Megaboss, you're probably gone by now, but just in case you rewatch the VOD, have a lovely weekend, alright? Oh, fair enough. I have cheese. Cheese of victory, I might add. And Angel Kalita, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. So here we are. Bloodborne U. Graduated with honours. Yeah, victory cheese. The cheese of victory. We are absolutely loaded. I think we've got most of the weapons. Dustin, I did not pay the cheese tax, but that is because Amos can't handle cheese. And that is a bad time for whoever has to deal with that. River can, but I always feel mean giving stuff to Amos and not to River. That's right, giving stuff to River and not to Amos. So River only gets cheese and the little snippets of it in the quiet hours. Oh, interesting. There's 3 versions of each weapon. I wasn't aware of that. So there's the Lost and the Uncanny. Okay. Give me the Goss. And if you really want to dress like German, you now can. Oh, actually, yeah, there's probably... the Burial Blade, I'm guessing, is German's weapon. Oh, yeah, here we go. The trick weapon wielded by German, the first hunter. A masterpiece that defined the entire array of weapons crafted at the workshop. Its blade is forged with siderite, said to have fallen from the heavens. Ooh. German surely saw the hunt as a dirge of farewell, wishing only that his prey might rest in peace, never again to awaken to know another harrowing nightmare. Fucking yo. And what's up with German's... Did we get a gun from German? We did not. German's gun for Bowden. But let's have a look at German's attire. So created before the workshop existed by making adjustments to everyday clothing that later became the basis for the hunter's garb. The hunter's emphasis on engaging beasts with speed and therefore selecting lightweight attire no doubt traces back to German's own combat style. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Okay, so going into the Chalice dungeons, you can find and buy different variations of the weapons. Interesting. Now, do those versions count towards the get every weapon? Just because I might platinum this in my spare time. Okay. So Hindle's main weapon isn't just the bowblade, it's the lost bowblade. Fascinating. It's not Salmon's bowblade, it's Hindle's! Some of these are feckin' glorious. And Slanbar, we are enjoying Bloodborne. Much to my surprise, I just managed to clear both German and the Moon Presence in one run, back to back. So I'm eating my cheese of victory and kind of contemplating what we do with ourselves now. Like, throughout Bloodborne, we've had some incredible discussions about the story, the way it's unfurled, the fact that every single system at play in Bloodborne is all thematic and it is all about telling a story. And I find that to be incredible. It's something we've talked about a lot when discussing how Supergiant make their games. Sorry, as a complete aside, Ragnar was saying, like, isn't tofu a cheese since it's made from soy milk? Is it? It struck me just in that very moment that I've never considered what tofu is. I kind of take the hot dog philosophy with a lot of foods, and I guess tofu is one of them. The hot dog philosophy is that I will not ask what is in you, and you will remain delicious and awesome forever. Can I just... Ah, worth a shot. Okay, so tofu is soy cheese. Alright. Oh, fascinating. And the doll hasn't popped to life yet. God, 60 insight though for a blood rock. That's fascinating. Well, might as well pick up the attire while we're at it. Got key items and everything else from here. Oh, and I should buy the sinister ringing bell. I'm not going to use it, mind you. So Scotty, I mean, maybe it's because we've been playing Bloodborne all day, but is it not fascinating from a poetic standpoint that cheese is milk's attempt at immortality, and yet it is so delicious that it will never survive? Do you ever think about that? The deliciousness of cheese puts it at odds with its immortal goals. Oh, see, I'm learning a whole bunch about soy now, which I never did. Sorry, about tofu. I mean, tofu is a vehicle for tasty things. You know. Once it's been deep fried in a whole bunch of delicious sauces and stuff like that, tofu is fucking amazing. Not that you need me to tell you that. Blue cheese is dairy necromancy. Fucking hell. I did like that. So what would you like to talk about, friends, now that we have finished Bloodborne? Cheese! I'll talk about cheese and tofu! Actually, you know what? I'm going to just head over to studio for a second. I want to see that clip. I want to see that clip that Red Burning Dragon took. I think I can put it up on main screen. Red Burning Dragon, 1 HP in a dream. Alright. There we go. Time for a bit of Willception. Let's have a look at this. Also, I still had the fucking old Hunter's badge drop on fucking screen. Alright. This is me, 40 minutes in the past. Time travel. So what happened is it was a trade of blows. It was because it was enchanted and whacking like a beast. If I hadn't hit him at exactly the same time, that would have been game fucking over. Well, I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of that one. Please stop making Bloodborne noises at me. Feckin' wee. Red Burning Dragon, thank you for clipping that as well. Also, Greybeard. Greybeard then clipping when I got my arse handed to me. Almost got my arse handed to me by a werewolf. Alright. Alright. Oh yeah, no, Time Warp. I don't... I'm always happy to talk about this. When it comes to something like a Bloodborne playthrough, I'm very worried that I'm saying the same things at you all over and over. But I do agree. Like, Bloodborne mechanically teaches you to be aggressive, to be the hunter. It is better to be constantly tearing chunks out of your foes. But in the same breath, as we talked about earlier, like, you're guzzling the old blood to heal, which we know has beast properties. As you become more frenzied in your attacks, you heal from that. But what does that speak to, like, the grip that it has on you? We know that, I guess aside from us turning into the littlest fish god, that all hunters will eventually fall to the curse. Every hunter will become a beast. And we're not separate from that. We're not special. Okay, I do not remember what all these chalices are and do. But we've got so much. We've got so much stuff I can't spend. I don't know. Maybe let's get some of that Canehurst armor that I was drooling over. Because there isn't really anything weapons-wise beyond the two big beasties. Oh, you know what? I should buy the burial blade. What's that pricey Canehurst goodness? The Crowfeather garb does feel very appropriate, but... feck it. Math is hard, let's go shopping, as Tobias likes to say. Oh, no, Time Warp, it's entirely fine. So here's what happened. Time Warp... we did everything in the run-up to our big final throwdown, and I think I said something to Hindle along the lines of like, give me 3 tries, and then we'll start bringing people in, because I don't want to spend the entire day stuck here and fighting. And then I beat Gurman and the Moon Presence in one run, and was kind of like, Nani? Nani? So here we are. Chucking around cash on silly things and having a good time. So Miyake Sakura, we talked about the Moon Presence. What I find fascinating about it is that its initial introduction is it doesn't seem to be... It doesn't seem to be aggressive. Like, it holds you in almost like a very, I don't know, kid picking up a hamster kind of way. It's not until the fight begins that it goes into its full, like, berserk beast mode. I don't know. I'm still kind of like, I guess, reprocessing my thoughts. But it certainly does make me think. I've been through these chalices so far. And This is what I've got access to at the moment, and I don't know if any of these Chalice dungeons have anything of, like, narrative discussion value. So yeah, I think I've done... I've definitely not done the Hintertomb, but I think I think I did the second Central Numerian Chalice. Because that's where we found, like, the deep underground gardens. Oh, interesting. So Miyakini Sakura says, as they understand it, the Moon Presence is planning on making you the new Guardian of the Dream. That would make sense, because, like, whether or not the Moon Guardian is... It's the whole idea of, like, ideas beyond human comprehension, right? But... Gurman is placed into the Hunter's Dream, and even given the doll, essentially, to keep him happy. Like, the Moon Presence doesn't trap you there. It's not maliciously doing it. Someone has to look after the place. And so, yeah, I guess it's sniffing you out to see if you can do it. Then it smells all the umbilical cords in you and is like, oh, you did not fucking do this. Oh, interesting. I mean, you all know my thoughts and feels on the concept of, like, cut content in video games and things like that. Although, one thing that it does speak volumes to is that, like, Bloodborne's everything is so incredible that people genuinely have gone into the files to try and understand the game better. Because what Hindle was saying is there are some cut bosses that exist only in the Chalice dungeons. And I would say that that frames them as things that only existed from the Numerian Age, buried deep in these Chalice dungeons. But that's one of those weird things of, like, once you've been dev side for long enough, you realize the amount of features that get dropped or not finished because there's no time, it's too complex, it's too expensive. Like, there is never a time where a dev team says, you know what, let's just cut this character completely. They're not working for us artistically. What they do is they go, there's no way we can finish this. This is spiraling out of control. Nah, drop it. Let's focus on something else. Sorry, I know yours are like a semi-serious question there, Miyakini Sakura, but it does make me chortly. I wonder how much of a faux pas it is, you know, eating the old one's cords right in front of them. Like, yum, 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 yum. I'm eating pieces of your babies! And I do kind of wish we could open the gate and just explore there a little bit more, but... Because the one thing I should have done, but I was so focused on the bosses, is the strange little, they seem to be like semi-crucifix set up in that area. What the fucking hell were those for? And I think what's fascinating... because Time Warp was saying that there are some player-edited dungeons, which I believe you can put in, like, a code for specific dungeons. I forget. But yes, you can access if you get the right glyph, the mechanics of which are beyond them. What is fascinating about that is the Chalice dungeon system, I guess, was put in to try and, like, procedurally generate more content beyond the initial. You know, worrying that there might not be enough for people to tear into. But it allowed them to kind of procedurally generate things that would have been beyond the average user. Which really, in my humble opinion, absolutely feeds into the thematics of Bloodborne. You know, those that delve deep, those that discover hidden tombs beneath. Like, it's absolutely in keeping with everything else that we see about this game. And I think about that feckin' loads. Yes, I am going to put my crown on, because I'm done looking sensible. Yeah, there we go. Actually, pop on my Canehurst. How do I look in Canehurst attire? Nope. I look like a dweeb. Oh, well. Actually, fuck it. Why not? Why not be? It is I, Sir Fancy Knight. Sir Fancy Knight of the minigun. Hello! There we go. Comp says, word of warning, a handful of those dungeons also have the risk of breaking your console. Yeah. But again, if we look at everything through the thematical lens, the fact that you can delve too deep into the Marian dungeon as to break the fucking universe, that's pretty Bloodborne. Let's be honest. Let's be fucking honest. That's extremely Bloodborne. Guinea pigs agree with me. I know guinea pigs. I know. Bloodborne's thematically incredible. Fiona rustled a bag in the kitchen. So, Time Ward says, if you're looking for lore, only the Nemerian and Lorien chalices matter. Okay. Because again, I didn't do the chalice dungeons a whole bunch. There was one Christmas where some friendos came around and we couldn't decide what to do. And we had the PlayStation set up, so one friend was like, hey, do you mind if I just play some Bloodborne? I'm like, go for it. You know, just, you know, don't progress my character any further. You know what, Hindle? Yes, let's co-op some dungeons. I've got nowhere to be. I've got nothing to lose. If I do decide to go to sober, then you've all got me for at least another half an hour, so I've still got time for a, you know, a shower, so I don't go down there stinky. All right, so. So I think we've still got the same system password from last time, which was fish shit. Password is fish shit. I mean, yeah, you're welcome to. I'm just trying to think how we can do this. Do I need to set up a chalice dungeon of some description? If so, the strongest one I have, I believe, is the Great Isa Chalice, which requires buttloads of blood echoes. Ritual blood I can get with insight. Living specimen. No, I can't. Piss. So I tell you what, if someone can provide one. Red Burning says, I suggest we wake up the doll first. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm not actually enjoying dressing like a complete dork. I thought I would, but I'm not. Which? Crow Feather's not bad. Not really my style. Beast Hide? Oh, that's fancy. I forget what we were wearing before. Oh, probably Charred Hunter. Ah, here we go. We'll go for some classic. But I'm going to keep the Canehurst armor. Goes well with the hands. There we go. There's a hunter. Alright, so yeah, let me get that doll woken up, and then we'll go from there. Oh, I went to the wrong bloody path. God darn it. Actually, so, Hindle, Comp, maybe we should bring our adventures to a close a little bit. I might have peaked already. Because I just biffed porting to the right place. In my defense, my defense, dear friends, while you have all been lovely this week, real world nonsense has been an absolute bad word. But now, I mean, Hindle, Comp, if you all want to hit some dungeons together, like, don't let me stand in the way. You know? I'm just feckin' glad we've got to do this whole playthrough together, friends. It's been a fucking highlight. It's been an absolute highlight. Oh, fuck off, mate. Also, I don't know if you all noticed, just as a small detail we've probably talked about like 8 times, you still heal as you hit the bodies. Like, even once they've lost all their health bar, you can still take health from them. Yeah, well, Hindle, have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Sleep well, friend. I know you've been having a hard time with stuff lately, so, you know, you've got us if you need us. Also, like, when are you going to take to Sea of Thieves? When are you going to become a pirate? Because when you're a professional pirate, you're always in the best of company. PBS is planning on grabbing Elden Ring, so I might be able to join you. Oh, yes, absolutely do. But, bearing in mind, friends, like, the soonest we will be doing Elden Ring is April 1st. Lol. That is the soonest. Because next week is Worms Armageddon, which you are all cordially invited to join us to play. And after that, it'll be GDC week. I'll be back that Saturday. However, I'm flying at like fuck you o'clock in the morning. So if there is a post GDC stream, I'll get a max. I don't know what level of cohesion. It will probably be story time, or it'll be just, I don't know, something that I desperately have to share with you all, you know. Oh, lovely.
Will you forgot to mention you can do what you want because a pirate is free?
You are a pirate! God, it feels good cutting through these bastards. This is catharsis. Catharsis? No, this is catharsis. Catharsism would be like cathartic Catholicism. Yeah, sorry, that was the thing I wanted to point out. These little, like, crosses used to burn beasts. Gurman has those in the Hunter's Dream. Why does he need those in the Hunter's Dream? Gurman. Oh, down in 1! That's what you get for bullying me at the beginning of the game, you piece of shit. And Favor 6, thank you for the bits as well. Okay, so if we're not doing Chalice Dungeons, alright. Friends, not that we'll never talk about Bloodborne again, but this is the time. Final thoughts, final feels. Bloodborne, one of the great video game works of our time. What does it mean to you? To me, it's one of the best examples of when every part of a game comes together to tell a story. You know? The world of Bloodborne isn't just an excuse to do bad, what is it? Children of the Wolf cosplay. Is it Night of the Wolf? Children of the Wolf? A French film where the big face mask and the tricorn design comes from. Oh, if you have Madman's knowledge, you can use it to wake the doll up? Really? How? Hang on, let me do some more murder. Children of the Wolf. Okay, thank you, Favor 6. How did you think that was going to go for you? Oh, gaining insight is the trigger. So if we just gobble some insight now, jobs are good. Yeah. Although Red Burning Dragon, I don't know if we've got enough insight to gain. Oh, fuck you, mate! Oh, Dustin, that sounds like a lovely way to spend your weekend. Alright, let's go wake up the doll! And honestly, like, I'm just bullying the locals at this point. You hear the beast roaring across the bridge. Now, Hindle makes a very, very good point, which is Bloodborne is a great example of letting your world tell the story, which I guess can be a very nerve-wracking thing. However, you know what? No, I'm gonna be a bit of a prick about this. Put Bloodborne next to Atomic Heart, and you see immediately how less is more. How having a confidence in your world and letting your world tell the story can do so much.
Hello, good eye and honorable hunter, and I will channel them into your strength.
Aww.
You will hunt beasts, and I will be here for you to embolden your sickly spirit.
It's a hangover!
Very
It's not
well,
sickly
Miss.
spirit. Also, one of the things I've noticed, in Bloodborne, the doll kneels for you. In the Soulsian games, you kneel for the Firekeepers. That just struck me. And yet, Hindle, it also, you're right, it shows faith in your player to trust them to understand your world, to understand how it is. No! No more matches with a doll! We know how that goes down. Yeah, Hindle, you don't have to point out everything and highlight everything. It also means that you have faith in the core of your game to be engaging. I always hesitate using fun as a measurement, but that engagement that makes you want to keep going. And again, I'm bullying Atomic Heart, but it has no faith in its players. It has no faith in its combat systems. It feels the need to explain them all to you constantly, to bombard you with VO lines and new gadgets and gizmos and unskippable cutscenes, lest you look away for 2 seconds, lest you lose attention or miss that. Don't miss the thing. Don't miss the thing over there. You're missing it. You're missing the thing. So no. Yeah, Red Burning Dragon, I'm not sure what game you mean, but... God, that's a great point. Sorry, Hindle was also adding that one of the reasons they love Bloodborne is because it feels like a mystery unraveling before you, and it is. And the thing is, even with all of you lot pointing out the stuff that I've missed over the years, it didn't feel like things had been spoiled. It did feel like we were still unpacking the mystery of what's happened here. So yeah. You are dropped smack bang into the middle of this world as things are going completely sideways. And the mystery of how it's gone sideways and what's going on is yours to unfurl. However, having this core gameplay, you know, this fast, frantic, frenetic, like, action combat system that feels great, rewards you for being aggressive, punishes you for being passive. Like, it absolutely says, go, 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 go! Like, it emboldens you to be this hunter, this fighter. So if you pay no attention to the world, if you just play this purely on its surface level mechanics, you're having a good time. So you can pay no attention to the mystery and fucking love it. So Time Warp Atomic Heart is a game that we will probably end up talking about a lot because of its just failings. How it is a title that emulates things on the surface without understanding them. And how it has no trust in the player whatsoever. There's also... Hendel says, have you ever noticed there are shipmasts in the Hunter's Dream location? I hadn't seen them, but I have... we had talked about how the dreams are semi-interlinked. That it would be almost possible to find a way to travel from one part of the dream to the other. Like how... parts from... what is it? It's like some parts from one particular dream or nightmare fall into the other. Well, see, Scotty, I will forgive a young dev team for making the mistake of having too many things. Having, like, audio being too loud and not mixed correctly. But the fact is, the Atomic Heart team has no faith in their own creation. They couldn't just let the music be, or they couldn't just let the narrative do the work. They had to explain everything at us. Atomic. I'm sorry, and the reason why is because I think that with a different approach, at least the setting of Atomic Heart was fascinating. And honestly, being told so much less about it would have been inspired. Yeah, sorry, I don't want to turn this into a bullying Atomic Heart situation. If you've played it and enjoyed it, please don't feel like I'm saying it's bad with no redeemable qualities. What it is a title that did not consider the inspiration it was taking. You know what I mean? Ragnar's like, but Atomic Heart has Big Titty Robot GF. But they don't say anything with Big Titty Robot GF. Sorry, I don't mean to be a fucking tilted beret twat about this. But if you want Big Titty Sex Bots in your game, put Big Titty Sex Bots in your game. But fucking say something. Alright? The justification for the booby robot twins, I did read up on it, is just... I know Kyle and I wouldn't say argue, but Kyle and I disagree about this when it comes to Nier Automata. But Nier Automata has the big titty goth girlfriend in what is borderline fetish gear. And you're like, oh, okay, well, this is just, you know, sexy boob lady on cover to sell... No. No, it's a deconstruction of what it is to be human. It is... One is essentially a doll fashioned in the likeness of humans, but stripped of their humanity. And the other are rusty, broken machines trying to grasp what it is to really be human. That the surface level beauty of the Jorheim units shows a level of emptiness, whereas the broken, rusted designs of the robots, and that their quest to grasp at humanity, to become human, is far more than the big titty robots. Yeah, Hindle. And it's spot on. And I understand that Yokotaro has said that he just likes hot ladies in his games. But whether it was his intention or not, he says something with those character designs that's beyond just, haha, boobs! You know? I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole. You know, sex and sexuality, even the absence of it, is part of the human condition. And how we discuss and represent and deconstruct that is fascinating. Oh yeah, so Iron Imp. Yeah, Kusanagi from, so I would say specifically Ghost in the Shell's film adaptation, says so much that the first thing you're confronted with is essentially a naked femme-presenting individual. But as the film unfolds, you learn that Kusanagi doesn't consider her body to be her. It's a tool, it's an object that she uses to achieve what needs to get done. So yeah. Oh yeah, and jumping back, Hindle with the whole idea of Yohai meant to be the vision of perfection. Tough, sexy, capable, and blind to the suffering of others. Like, feckin' yo. But yeah, I don't want to go too far down the artist's intent versus delivery. Video games are the culmination of anywhere from like 5 to 1,000 people all working on small parts. And so it's difficult to attribute it always to one person's creative input. But, yeah. Put big titty goth girlfriends in your video games if that's what you want to put in your games. But say something with it, you know? Sorry, Hindle, you're right that Altered Carbon did something similar. I think Altered Carbon could have gone further with the elements that they did, but I appreciated what they did with it. The one scene early on in Altered Carbon where I believe it's meant to be like a plane crash or something, and a bunch of people who survive get put into different... I forget the term for the bodies in Altered Carbon. If you're not familiar with Altered Carbon, it's a cyberpunk future where everybody has like a hockey puck right at the base of their spine, and that's what keeps your memories and your personality, which can be interchanged into bodies. And early on in the there's either an accident or an attack. Sleeves, thank you, Hindle. And there's a wonderful scene where a little girl who died in this attack, their stack, thank you, Dustin, is put into the first available sleeve, the first available like grown body, which is an old man. And that concept has stuck with me a lot. Oh, Nuggies, shush. But anyway, I guess the last thing to say on that one is, and a lot of people have talked about this, is like the thematics of birth and blood throughout Bloodborne are very, very heavy and yet handled very well. What is fascinating is that despite the very visceral nature of, you know, birth that's carried throughout Bloodborne, they never beat you over the head with it. Like, again, you could play through this entire game and kind of ignore the surface and ignore anything beyond the surface and it'd be fine. But at no point do we have a long drawn out, you know, dialogue section or, you know, codex scene where the nature of birth is explained to you. Honestly, the restraint, and it might have just been done because of budgetary... Here's what blows my mind, right? Because what I was going to say is that restraint shown when we first see Queen Yana, who you could argue is one of, like, the big, you know, cruxes of the story of Bloodborne, who is there in a wedding dress, shackled, with what is clearly a C-section clearly like an open gut wound that has bled forward, just there. Oh, yeah, Chaunerus, we're probably going to be wrapping up very shortly, so have an excellent rest of your weekend. It's always fucking hanging out with you. Like, and yeah, I'm hoping...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Sis is playing D&D, so I can't listen with quiet. What ho?
What ho indeed, Naruhoodie. What ho indeed, and thank you. But yes, as Hinder was saying, like, Queen Yharnam is incredibly important to the lore. But I feel that, and I don't mean to diss on one of my favourite scenes, but Queen Yharnam just quietly standing there says so much more than would have if there'd been a long, drawn-out cutscene. But the thing is, knowing how game development goes, that probably came about due to a lack of time. They probably wanted to put more in, but couldn't. And they end up creating something that resonates far more. Like, Metal Gear Solid 3 is one of my favourite games. And friends, when funds and resources are willing, we'll get the 360, we'll get Metal Gear Solid 3 HD set up, because the theme of the boss and motherhood and responsibility is a through line throughout Metal Gear Solid 3, and it's handled surprisingly delicately considering how Kojima usually handles his female characters. But the manner in which Bloodborne tells a story of loss through birth is so... Like, it's the kind of shit that you just find yourself staring at the ceiling thinking about. It's... Whereas I found that while the boss's speeches in Metal Gear Solid 3 were very poignant, none of it stuck with me. So yeah. And yes, well, Hindle, like, necessity is the mother of invention, and Silent Hill's fog was due to a hardware limitation. Like, sometimes the lack of story beats and elements is just time on the clock. You know, video game creation is a resource management sim all the time. It's not about what you want to do, it's about what can we do. If you've got 5 great parts of the story, 5 great ideas or 5 great concepts, you can only deliver on maybe 3 of them. Maybe, if one of them is then reduced in complexity. So how do you do that? Oh yeah, and Hindle, I cannot wait for us to do Metal Gear Solid 3. I've been promising a friend for years that we're going to stream it. Because, yeah, the boss and Ava are very interesting characters, and they are very well done. Before you ask, no, we will not be streaming Metal Gear Solid 4. Because I'll probably end up pulling my fucking hair out in that game. I'm so glad Death Stranding was brilliant, because after 4, I had no faith. So, okay. So, yeah, my closing thoughts. Bloodborne remains one of the beautiful, brilliant pieces of art in our sphere. You know, when we talk about art games, people tend to bring up, I don't know, Dear Esther or Manifold Garden and things like that. But honestly, that's because they're only really looking at it on a surface level. Oh, this is art because it's visually different, because it's weird. No. Art is something that evokes emotion, that evokes response, something that stays with you. All games are art, but great art affects us at our very core, and this is one of the most beautiful examples of that. So, I want to say thank you. You know, I know I thank you all on the daily, but being able to share these experiences with you, being able to replay through Bloodborne as my fucking day job, it's only because of you lot. I am so lucky and so privileged to be able to do that. So thank you. There is nothing more wonderful than sharing great art with friends. And I'm really happy I get to do that. So, Fucking yo. Also, I got to swing around this fucking great big sword. I mean, boosh! Biggity bam! I got a minigun. I mean, like... Let's fucking go! My sword claws! Let's fucking go, duke it! No. Sorry. But no. Hindle has put it well. Friends, this is the end of our educational journey together. I'd like to congratulate the everyone who has gone through Bloodborne U. Your diplomas will be in the mail. But yeah. Oh, and Hindle, I'm glad you got to experiment, you know? I feel like the Blood Tinge builds must be so hard early on. Faber 6, you did miss the doll waking up. But we just were kind of doing final thoughts, you know. Now that we've finished university, we're going to be thrown out into the brutal world of work that is Elden Ring. Deus! Deus, how you doing? Deus, I'm going to try and go to sober. I haven't had a chance to fix it. I'm doing my best here. I'm doing my fucking best. Friends, the only time that I have to be people is what you see here. There is no time in the evenings to do things. There is nothing else. There is only Zoom. Elden Postmaster's Ring. Elden, intern ring. No, that sounds bad. That sounds like an intern fighting group. But anyway, this has been a wonderful day. This has been a wonderful playthrough. So, once again, thank you all. Alright? And if you love this game, like, thank you for sharing your thoughts and feels on it with me. So, back and yon. Back and yon. And to that end, under the watchful eye of Big Moon, whose ass we kicked, thank our Moon Jiu-Jitsu class. I would like to thank the following people who have thrown in cash, thrown in bits, who have subbed, and who have just hung out today. Because, as I was saying, I'm incredibly lucky to have you all, and I wouldn't get to sit in this chair and do this without all of you lot. So to that end, I would like to specifically thank to Sneaker. Thank you kindly for the donations. They go on food and bills almost immediately, so thank you. I would like to thank Wolfgrad, Faber 6, Bacon Avenger, PVS, C222, and Ragnar Steiner for throwing in bits, because, as I hope you know by now, that is the biggest thing that keeps us going. Your moderator today was Caffeine and Rhymes with the Moose. I'm pretty sure we saw Lizzie early this morning, though. Yeah. And to Mikovic, the Metal Monk, Professor Nels, and Naru Hoodie, thank you kindly for the resubs. And to Reborn Nora, thank you for bringing a rating. Friends, we can keep thinking of puns for our Elden Ring continuation. But yeah, I think I'm feeling sprightly. I'm feeling plucky. So I will be trundling on over to sober. Got once these adverts have dissipated. Okay, so I have two places I can take you after this. I can offer you
post-credits bits.
Terrors. Okay, Wolfgrad, obviously, thank you. I wouldn't get to do this without you lot. Even if you are a bunch of terrors sometimes. I can offer you Prey Nouveau or a game called Doofus. I don't know what Doofus is. It seems to be a tactics game called Doofus. I literally have no more information. Yeah, Doofus. D-O-F-U-S. Doofus. Endel, here's hoping you get the good sleeps, friend. Like, thank you for being on standby, and thank you for, like, Lord helping with lore fill-ins as well. PVS says, in honor of Bloodborne, I say we go with the mystery. It's brightly coloured, but you know what? Fuck it. I've never seen it before. So we're going to be heading over to Your Broken Friend. That's Kyle's friendo that we met from previous raids, who has a frankly impressive collection of pot plants. Right. Friends, thank you so much. This has been an incredible day. I don't have anything else to add. I'm going to try and be on the Discord as much as I can. But this weekend is chocker. So we have Sober this evening, and then I got to film a thing tomorrow. I mean, yay, but... And Naruhoodie, this is the last class in Bloodborne U. When I return from the glorious lands of GDC, we'll start looking at when we're going to be doing Elden Ring next. And yeah, this conversation has definitely made me want to try and beeline towards Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, puns. It's happening. It's happening. Anyway, right. I love you all. I will try and be on Discord as much as I can this weekend. But if I don't see you there, have a fucking good time, alright? You lovely Mother Hubbards. Thank you for being here for this wonderful run. Yeah. Well done, good hunters. Congratulations. Right. I'll see you on Tuesday. Have a fucking good time. Good night.